Okay, good evening. We're going to open up the meeting with a moment of silent meditation or prayer, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we have public comment on agenda items, but we will have an opportunity to speak on each as each item comes up. So seeing no one come forward, we'll close that. Number 3 on the agenda, approval of council minutes for the meeting dated November 12th. Okay, I didn't see any problems with it. Does anybody have any changes that need to be made? Does anybody want to make a motion?
I just have a couple comments on page 2, the first paragraph where it says there was a motion to table agenda items 5 and 6. That should probably include that table to a date certain of December 16th, 2000.
Where's this, Jesse? Where's this?
3 lines down from the top.
Okay.
But it is on there.
Okay.
Oh, it's down there on the individual ones. Okay, that's fine then.
Okay,
Right.
good. All right, good.
Okay. On agenda item number 7, it's probably worth noting that while the motion carried 4-0 to 1, the one abstention was Council President Knowles.
Do you want me to indicate the abstentions?
It doesn't matter to me, yeah. It's
I just
okay.
thought that minute should accurately reflect that, yeah.
Should reflect it.
Well, if that's the case, then it shouldn't say who was for and who was against if you're going to do something like that. I mean,
It typically has.
we never have put the name of the person who abstained. That's never been
Oh,
an issue. I'm just saying.
In the past, it's always seemed that it was noted who voted against.
On the plans, it would be on who voted against who
Right.
signed the plans, but never on the.
And then on page number 5, about halfway through, this is for item number 10, for Costa Homes, the sentence says, Mr. Maloney emphasized this was only a subdivision and not asking for variances of the 15 waivers. I believe he was asking for the waivers at the time, because they were waivers from the requirements for the subdivision plan. Were they the land development requirements?
Yeah,
But I thought they
were-
were also subdivision requirements?
We wanted them moved to the land development.
Just to the land development. Okay, all right, that's fine. No correction necessary then on that. That's all I had.
Okay, do you have what you're correcting, or are you okay?
Nothing.
There's nothing really
Nothing to
corrected.
correct.
Okay, all right. Okay, anybody else? Okay, we have a motion to accept the minutes as written.
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. Okay, number 4 on the agenda is a vice and consent of mayoral appointment of one member to the zoning hearing board to finish out the term of Mark Bourne that runs until 12/31/22, who resigned as of November 1st, 2019. Do you have this, Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I think you have in your packet the resignation
Yeah, I
of
saw
Mark
that.
Bourne and also a resume from Mr. Harry Kramer, who I put up for your adoption for the zoning hearing board. And that's finishing out the term, if you read on there, it's till 2022.
Okay, and Mark Bourne wrote a letter that due to his work and traveling outside the area too much on the nights of the zoning meetings, he's unable to make it. Okay, so is there any questions for the mayor in reference to this, or?
I have a question. Mr. Kramer currently is the chairperson of the planning commission. Is he going to step down from that role?
Yes,
Okay, and
Yeah,
then we'll
I
find a
think-
replacement for him on planning commission then?
yes.
Okay, and when do we expect him to step down?
Probably in January, when we do our
When we do
reorganization.
the reorg? Okay. That's all I have.
I'll put that in the form of a motion, Mr. President, if you're ready for that.
Yeah,
To accept the nomination of
Okay,
Harry Kramer.
just to mention, he says his term is due to expire at the end of the year in his letter, so I don't know if that's the case. If not, we'll not reassign him. You see, Jess? In his letter, it says, that on planning commission, it says, my term is due to expire at the end of the year,
Yep.
so he'll be
I see it.
done at the end of the year.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, first and a second, Mr. Kisselback, Mr. Polari, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any against? Any abstains?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, no problem, thank you. Okay, number 5 on the agenda, consideration and public hearing on the ordinance authorizing and directing the incurrence of the debt of the Township of Bensalem, Bucks County by the issuance of federally taxable general obligation bonds and one or more series of bonds authorizing other necessary action in connection therewith. So a big sentence to say that we're going to refinance the bonds and save money.
Correct. So what we advertised was John Jakowski, sorry. I'm the finance manager for the township. So as we spoke a few weeks ago, we're doing an advance refunding of our 2015 bond issuance for the purpose of saving interest. And with that will come an advance refunding, which I gave the numbers to you tonight. As of today, it's at $568,000, which will be applied towards next year's bond payments, which would reduce our bond payments for next year. And any questions? I have Brian Bradley with RBC and Hank Van Blunk from Eastburn and Gray as well with us, if any questions.
Yeah, we just to let people know, we had an executive session in reference to this, and we did ask a lot of questions at that time, but does anybody have any questions for the...
I just want to reiterate that this doesn't extend our payments at all,
Correct. The same maturity date will be the same as it was before.
which is at the end of 2029.
2029, yes.
Okay.
And John, presently, we're talking about hopefully a $500,000 savings from what we're financing now, approximately.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, so people know out there, we're doing this because interest rates are continuing to be at all-time low, and also our bond rating is very high. So we have a high bond rating because of our outstanding credit as a municipality, and the interest rates are historically low. So we're taking the opportunity to refinance the debt that's already there. We're not creating new debt. We're refinancing debt that's already there, and we're saving hopefully at least $500,000, possibly more.
Correct.
Right? Okay, depending on how it turns out here. Okay, so if there's no other questions?
Yeah, I just have one other question.
Okay.
The threshold, John?
The minimum is $330,000. That's what everyone had agreed to during the executive session as far as what everyone felt comfortable with. Obviously, we're looking for much more than that.
Okay.
Okay,
And this is on an aggregate of $16 million.
Yeah.
And we're saving $500,000 in round figures.
yeah, and
Basically.
hopefully more. There was a time it would have been $600,000 or $800,000.
Correct,
So
yes.
we might get lucky and bang it on the right day. you
Right.
know? Okay.
Last week, it was below 500. This week, it's above 500. So you
Good,
can definitely
good,
see it's fluctuating.
Okay,
Assuming this, if this does get approved tonight, how quickly will we be locked in?
We have, I apologize, Brian Bradley from RBC Capital Markets. It usually, so everything, we have a rating call with Moody's tomorrow to confirm the township's outstanding rating. Depending on their turnaround, it usually takes a week or two. So we're looking to lock it in early December, assuming the market's still accommodative.
Okay.
okay.
And John, can you, if this does get approved, once this gets locked in, will you send a message to all of council? to
Oh,
let us know?
absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely. We'll let you know what the final numbers are.
Appreciate that.
As we go towards locking it in, I can give John weekly updates on where the market is if you want to do something like every Friday. I can
That's
give
fine. Just,
updates every-
like an updated prospectus like
Yeah,
this would be great.
absolutely.
Thank you.
And what's the ETA then, at that point?
So we'll lock it in, meaning your interest rates will be locked in. So we'll have the savings figure in mid-December and we'll close probably early January.
Okay.
But your savings will be locked in
As
mid-December.
of mid-December then?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
If there's no other questions, Mr. President, I think to make a motion, we approve the refinancing of the bond as presented.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any against? Any abstains? Nope.
Very good. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay,
July, it was on that page there for me.
okay.
Yes. These are all, I believe, for you.
You sign?
Yeah, council president, so, I'm gonna see them, I believe, is, yes. These are the numbered ones.
Everybody else has to sign them too, or just?
There's a sign that says yes, sir.
Okay, let me get this rolling first.
Sure.
Okay, we'll keep going here. I have to sign some stuff here, but we'll keep going. Number 6 is a fairly standard thing that we do. Number 6 is consideration of a resolution for a 537 known as the Pennsylvania Sewage Facilities Act for new land development in parts identified as the Crunch Fitness. Come on, man. I'm actually doing good. I could use some.
So where they do stuff.
Yeah. I could use the abs of steel at this point, but, you know. Okay, Crunch Fitness at the Home Depot Plaza. Okay, does anybody, who has this explain, Mr. Pizzo, do you have this? You usually explain the sewer
Certainly.
resolutions.
You pretty much explained it all already, Mr. Knowles. Crunch Fitness is going to be moving into the former Babies R Us in the
okay.
Woodhaven Mall, also known as the Home Depot Plaza. The gym will need additional sewer capacity that was not already allotted to the Babies R Us store. In order to obtain that additional sewage facility, additional sewage capacity, it requires an approval of the DEP, as well as the County Water and Sewer Authority and the Philadelphia Water Department.
Sign right here.
It's done.
And in order to get that, one of the things that's required is the approval of the township for a revision to its Act 537 plan. This is a fairly routine matter. It's in the form that is required of DEP for these sorts of resolutions, and it's acceptable for your consideration and approval this evening.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pizzo. Is there anybody that has any questions in reference to this standard procedure? There you go, Joe. In reference to doing this, if there's not any questions, is there a motion someone wants to put forward?
Make a motion to approve.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
You okay? You're upset about it? You okay?
Sorry.
Okay. Reluctantly seconded by Mr. Takmasian. Okay, all in favor?
Vote aye.
Aye. Okay, any against? Okay. Oh, let's see. Okay. Number 7 on the agenda, consideration of preliminary and final land development and subdivision for A.K. St. Drexel, Catherine Drexel, 1663 Bristol Pike, mixed use, MUR, mixed use residential, tax parcel 26015. And Mr. Pizzo, do you have the notices that are sent out?
They've just been handed to me by Mr. Maloney. I'll take a quick look at them while Mr. Maloney begins his presentation.
Okay. Mr. Maloney, you want to start?
Good evening. My name is Doug Maloney, and I am very happy to represent the applicant in this case, Leonard Poncia and his development group, Aquinas Realty Partners, and AQ St. Catherine Drexel LP. This project, I'm sure, is familiar to all of you, in that you considered an ordinance change back in March of this year. We bring before you tonight plans that are very consistent with the plans that we submitted when you reviewed the ordinance change back in March. This is a mixed-use residential zoning district, and it is, as you know, the St. Catherine Drexel Mother House is the primary building on the property, and it is the St. Catherine Drexel property. It's very historic, has a lot of interest to Bensalem and, frankly, to the entire country. St. Catherine was canonized. She was a very important person, frankly, in social justice movement in the United States in the beginning, in the last part of the 18th century and most of the 19th century. She was canonized and is a Roman Catholic saint. This property presents some unique development challenges that Mr. Poncia, and you're going to hear from Mr. Poncia shortly, was happy to accept. The property, first of all, has a cemetery on it, and we're proposing to preserve that in its current location without touching it. That's sacred ground. We're also preserving most of the mother house. Most of the mother house was built in 1892, and that includes what was formerly known as St. Elizabeth's Convent, the novitiate section, and the chapel as well. The chapel is an interesting story in that the Archdiocese started the deconsecration process so that that would no longer be a Roman Catholic sanctuary. Mr. Poncia was able to persuade them to reverse that. So that chapel will remain available for Roman Catholic ceremonies and sacraments. The development itself, as you know, is on Bristol Pike, and is we're proposing, this is the overhead shot of it. Most of the mother house is going to be preserved, and the mother house is the part that's currently in pink. We're removing roughly an L-shaped section that was built in 1962. That doesn't, it was referred to as St. Michael's Hall. That doesn't have any historic value or significance, and that opens up the vista into a really attractive part of the mother house anyway. So that the shaded area, the pink part, looks a little different from what you just saw on the overhead shot, and that's because that part is being removed. Now, this project involves, among other uses, there's the mother house, and that's on, the mother house will be on what we're calling Lot 1. We're proposing 6 major lots, and I'll walk you through the different lots. What you see, the low building there is the assisted living memory care unit, and that's going to be on Lot 2, immediately adjacent to the mother house. And you can see how the architecture blends in very nicely with the mother house, and the mother house is going to continue to dominate the vista for this entire project. If you want to go to the next slide.
I think that's it. I think now it's mine.
I have a problem with my technician over here.
Actually, I think it's time for me to share.
Okay. All right. Len would like to talk to you a little bit at this point about his personal involvement with this. Len has been in this before, I'm going to say at the ground floor, but it was way before the ground floor because Len grew up in this area and is extremely familiar with this entire property from way before this project was even dreamed of. So Len, do you want to address council?
Yes, sir.
Do you like to have lay witnesses sworn? Is that the preference of council?
No.
It's not necessary? Okay. And I have this if you want to use the
Thank
point.
you. I've got one too. Thank you. Good evening. Good evening, members of council, mayor, township staff, consultants, everyone here this evening. Thank you. Thank you for providing us the opportunity to meet with you once again. We hope to share with you the following. We believe that we have not done justice to sharing and communicating all that we have committed to respecting the history, the spirituality, and the legacy of St. Catherine Drexel. It's our hope that what I'm about to share with you now will provide more clarity and will be helpful. As you see before you, the aerial of the property now and the buildings in the terracotta pink, but for the one particular portion that was built in the 60s and 70s, are those that we focused our energies and efforts to commit to be retained there at the property. They include the mother house, the chapel, the crypt, the Mission Center, the Novitiate, the St. Elizabeth Convent Chapel, the Drexel Hall Convent, the Sacred Heart Addition, the Novitiate House, so much. Also, as Mr. Maloney was sharing, to step back for a moment, I believe, and Mr. Maloney, we did a disservice once again tonight. We have with us this evening some of the leadership from the Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament here with us tonight. Sister Donna Breslin, the president, Sister Sandra Schmidt, and others that are part of the leadership of the Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament, and we thank you for being here with us this evening. If I recall correctly, when the sisters made the difficult decision in 2015 and 2016 to divest themselves of the property, that is when we first were one of many that were involved with the project. But it wasn't until January 11th, 2018, when we received the letter from the Vatican authorizing us, Aquinas, to be the stewards of the shrine, what was the Shrine of St. Catherine's, that we were really so humbled and honored to be selected. But it was shortly after that I had learned, much to the heartbreak of the sisters, that the Archdiocese was well underway in the deconsecrating of the chapel, having already been in the process of removing religious artifacts. I'm just a 48-year resident of Bensalem, but so many of us here tonight, and I'm sure those watching as well on television, know how much St. Catherine Drexel meant to us. So we took on that initiative, and we petitioned the Archdiocese, and we met with the as a matter of fact, our General Counsel is here with us tonight as well, working with the Archdiocese, their legal counsel, their leadership, their vicar, and at first they froze the deconsecrating, but we are so joyful to share with you tonight that there is a document for my signature and the Archbishop's signature to reconsecrate the chapel as a place of worship. And I know that that was a joyful moment for so many of us, the sisters and all of us. As many of you know, the sisters officially left the property December of 2017. And in July of 2018, the shrine was relocated to the cathedral in Philadelphia. Several months ago, let me stop for a moment. Although the sisters left the property at the end of 2017, there remained in one of the buildings that is earmarked to be removed in the repurposing of the site, the administration, headquarters, leadership of the sisters, and lay people on site. And several months ago, Sister Sandy, who's with us here tonight as well, reached out to me and said, "Len, when do we have to leave?" My immediate response was, "Sister, you never have to leave. Let's find a way for you to stay." And I'm here tonight to share with you that we are working with the sisters, and we are passionate and driven that they will stay, that we will relocate the sisters to a portion of the Mission Center that we've earmarked for offices so that their leadership, their administrative offices, their headquarters, their laypersons, that the sisters can maintain a presence on the property for years to come. For us, that was, again, a special moment that we all embraced. And we thought that was very important to share with you this evening and for everyone to know what we've undertaken because of how much this means to us. When we were selected, when we received that letter, January 11th, 2018, we took that responsibility very seriously and continue to do our all to respect that history and legacy and spirituality. I will also share with you that what we've proposed and what we've committed to keeping there is a lot of buildings. And we are driven to find the path forward to utilize them, including what was an aha moment for our team, in that there are a number of clubhouse amenities that we can incorporate in the existing buildings. There was a bistro there. It can be the bistro as a clubhouse amenity. There was a boutique there. We can reutilize that as well. There's space for gatherings and for silver sneakers, exercising, and clubroom facilities and gathering facilities. And so we're certain that that can also be a path forward to repurpose and reutilize and revitalize the property. In addition to that, we are reaching out to the community, whether it's St. Charles Borromeo Parish and School across the street, or other nonprofits in the area, or the community at large, whether it's a Girl Scout meeting or a presentation or what have you. Our doors are open to work with everyone. As a matter of fact, and I'm not sure if Sister Corinne is here tonight yet, but although this is very, very early in the process, in the stages, we are hopeful that there can be a program where the children from St. Charles Borromeo School can come and visit with the senior citizens and elderly at our proposed senior community. I know from my own experience of, well, it'll be 30 years next year that I've helped to run a home for the elderly poor in Southwest Philadelphia. It could be any race, any religion, any creed. The only requirement is that you're of humble means. But I can't tell you how many times when we brought children to spend time with the elderly, that it was not only a wonderful moment for those senior citizens, but it was very special for those children. And we're hopeful that we can incorporate that as well. So, as we proceed with our agenda, to once again reinforce, we felt we didn't do it justice until tonight in sharing with you and communicating with you all that we have committed to. And we're hopeful that by sharing all this with you tonight, you too now have clarity and comfort level of all that we are attempting to achieve. Doug?
Thank you, Len. And we have here this evening basically our entire development team. In addition to Mr. Poncia, we have present Karen Ingram, Dave Fleming, and Steve Mervine, all from Marathon Engineering. John Kluver, who is an architect who specializes in historic preservation. Mark Roth, our traffic engineer from McMahon Associates. Tom Eshelman, general counsel for Aquinas Realty. Mike Ketchum and Pete Stanfill from Stanfill Associates. If you have any questions as we go.
John Bremner, head of construction.
I'm sorry.
John Bremner, head of construction.
Oh, okay, and John Brenmar, head of construction. If you have any questions as we go forward about any of their areas of expertise, let us know, because we want to address any questions that you have tonight. I pointed out that we're proposing 6 major lots, and I described briefly the mother house, and it's going to have 13,000 square feet on lot number 1 that's going to be devoted to public amenities, if you will, a variety of uses from meeting places to any kind of religious service. It doesn't have to be Roman Catholic, any religious service. Can be shops, can be medical offices, can be physical therapy, occupational therapy, could be hair cutting. A lot of accessory uses that will serve not predominantly that project and the residents in this project, but also the surrounding area. We think that the Mother House is going to be a very vibrant hub of this community, and we certainly hope that it will be. On Lot 2, I mentioned, is the memory care unit, and that will house 80 assisted living memory care clients and all the associated facilities that they will require. On Lot 3 will be the independent living unit. That's 175 dwelling units in one building. And the independent living unit is for special citizens who require some assistance, but not the level of care that you would need in an assisted living facility. I'd like to point out that that particular building is required under your ordinance to have 7,000 square feet of common area for use by the residents. We're proposing 20,000 square feet. It's going to have 1 bedroom and 2 bedroom units. Each of the units is significantly larger than what your ordinance requires. The 1 bedrooms, we're proposing 74 of them, are required to have 500 square feet of living area. Each one is going to have 667 square feet. The 2 bedrooms are required to have 700 square feet. We're proposing 1,050 square feet. So we think that the independent living unit is going to be a really attractive place for senior citizens who require some assistance but are still capable of independent living. And by independent living, each one of these units is going to have its own self-contained kitchen. There will be a common dining area if the residents want to take advantage of that, but they can also cook and eat in their own facility, in their own unit if that's what they want to do. There will be some extra services, 24-hour security, monitoring, laundry, that type of thing that'll be available to them. Next, on Lot 4, we're proposing 270 units in 3 separate buildings of 260, I'm sorry, in 3 separate buildings. 2 of them have 88 units, 1 of them has 84 units. These buildings will have parking underneath each building, and there'll be associated parking nearby. These will be age restricted, so 55 and over, but they don't need any care at all. Perfectly healthy. Many of them may be working still. Some of them will be retired. Some of them will still be working, and that's why it's called active adult. It's simply an age-restricted community. And then we have Lot 5, which is basically the cemetery. And there's not much you can say about a cemetery. It's not going to put much demand on your services, I can tell you that. Adjacent to it on either side is Lot 6, and that's townhouse units. They're going to be 2 to 3 bedroom units. Most of them will be 3 bedroom units. They're connected by an area of open space that's going to be available for use for a variety of different, there's going to be a fire pit there that's going to be available for community events outside. We had, in our original plans, we had a clubhouse proposed there. During the review process, we realized that the Mother House had all that space available. All the uses that are permitted or were proposed for the clubhouse could be put into the Mother House as well, so we thought that we'd save impervious surface, save cost to the homeowners who would have to support this building by homeowner association fees down the line, and it just made sense. We thought that this was just an excess building that didn't need to be there, and we thought we'd try to maximize the open space on the property. So that's it in a nutshell. They're the 6 lots. Ultimately, each townhouse, of course, will be subdivided off, so they will be lots, I think they're referred to as lots 97, or lots 7 to 97 on the review letters. As far as traffic circulation goes, we are proposing a full access signal at what we're referring to as Road A, and directly across the street is Humeville Road. We are proposing to have a dedicated left turn lane, right turn lane, and straight through. On Humeville Road, we're proposing to, with striping and some additional frontage acquired, to have a dedicated right turn lane and left turn lane. We will also have a dedicated left turn lane into the site. The Road D access, which is directly across from Kings Avenue. Unfortunately, and this was a major comment at the Planning Commission, some residents, and I think a lot of the Planning Commission members as well, would have loved to see a signal there. Perhaps you would too. Unfortunately, Bristol Pike, as you all know, is a state road, and we don't control it, and the warrants, as the PennDOT term for it, simply are not met for a signal. So it doesn't matter how much anybody wants a signal there or how great of an idea it is, it just will not be approved by PennDOT. So this is an unsignalized intersection. On Langstroth Lane, we aren't proposing to do anything at all on Langstroth Lane. We aren't going to use it because all of our residents will be leaving on either Road A or Road D. But at the request of the residents, pretty early in the review process, they requested some access so that they could use the signalized intersection to get out on the Bristol Pike. And as a courtesy to the neighbors, we have agreed to put in a connecting drive so that the residents can use that. The property slopes after the mother house, I guess towards the rear of the mother house, the property slopes pretty steeply down towards the rear of the property. There is one detention basin up the northeast corner of the property. This area is fairly flat, and you'll see there are actually wetlands and wetland buffers down on the bottom part of the property, and there are several detention basins down there as well. That's the project in a nutshell. We have reviewed and received a very comprehensive letter from T&M, the township's engineer, and we have provided a written response. The T&M letter is, I think, November 4th. November 15th, we provided a very detailed response with some graphics attached, and I hope you all have them in your packet. I don't propose to go through those comments because of the 73, I think of the 12 zoning comments, all of them are will complies. Of the 73 subdivision and land development ordinance comments, 62 of them are will complies. Of the 12, I think it's 12 stormwater management comments, all of them are will complies. And of the general engineering comments, the last section of the letter, all of them are will complies. So I don't propose to go through those. If you'd like, I'd be happy to go through the waivers. We're proposing a total of 13 waivers, and I think you have a list from our engineer, Marathon Engineering, of the waiver requests. And if it's okay with you, if you'd like, I can go through them now. If you have any questions for either me or any members of our design team now, I'd be happy to entertain them now as well.
Guess I'll start.
If you want to wait until we're done the waivers, that's fine too. It's up to
No,
you.
I think I want to bring up the waivers too as well, but there's a couple things I'd like to bring up first. Thank you for the presentation. Ms. Poncia, welcome back. I certainly appreciate your work in preserving the history of this property. Recognize that we have to look at this project on the face of it and make a determination on what's best for Bensalem. On that note, I wanted to bring up some of the comments. Let's start with the mother house. Can you give me some more information? There were some, Mr. Poncia, based off of your testimony this evening, the doors are open to everyone. And I noticed part of the plan, there was, I think, 48 units in the mother house. Can you And back earlier this year, I had asked you that same question as far as what was happening with the mother house, and your answer to me was TBD. So now here we are with land development, and we have some idea as far as what you're doing. Two things. One, you're putting in 48 units. Two, you're putting in office space. You're committing to something as far as open to the community. I'm just trying to get a more definitive and concrete idea as far as what that is. And on that note, too, second to that question is that going to be part of the homeowners association language guaranteeing access to the building, and how often will the public and/or community have access to that?
So a lot of questions. I'll attempt to answer them all. You are correct. Months ago, and I believe it was you, Councilman, who asked what were the proposed uses, and at the time, if I don't know what we're going to do, I'm not going to say it. But as we went through and received our zoning permitted 653 units. We showed a project from the beginning, and tonight as well, of 605 new units. When we looked at all the buildings that we were keeping to respect the history, we determined that we could accomplish some things. We could, thankfully, be able to keep the chapel, a religious place of worship. Thankfully, we can have the sisters come back and utilize some of the building that can be utilized for office space. But ultimately, we evaluated that and said, what else can we do there? We have committed and will not change to 90 townhomes. We have committed and will not change to 260 new construction active adult, as was described by Mr. Maloney. But there is a senior living continuum of care that does change pretty dramatically over time. Independent living, assisted living, memory care, all types of personal care. So in our mind, if we can, and the buildings are beautiful, but respectfully, they're functionally obsolescence. They're not laid out to allow for the efficiency of units, which is why they are hopefully a path forward that we can reutilize in different ways. But if we can, we would conform to the zoning code, which permits 48 more units. And we believe that we could hopefully be able to accommodate that there. There's a hope, and this is far from brought to closure, but correct me if I'm wrong, sisters, but I believe today there are 77 Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament, of which 40 are now being cared for at a senior facility, a senior community called Paul's Run. God willing, maybe someday those sisters can come back and we could utilize those units, those homes in the mother house for the sisters. Again, what I shared earlier is what we know we hope to accomplish or have accomplished. The chapel, the sisters' administrative headquarters being relocated there with their leadership, keeping a presence on site, repurposing some of the facility that was in the past, a boutique, a bistro, another gathering space for clubhouse amenities. The balance is into the future, Councilman. But in our interest of submitting a plan that was fully engineered, that had the greatest impact on traffic or parking or all the other components, we showed you the maximum impact so that we could address all of that today. And God willing, there will be a path to reutilize it, but at least we know we've accommodated it, whether it be utility infrastructure, access and egress, as I mentioned, parking, et cetera.
Okay. Mr. Ponzi, no disrespect, I don't feel like the question was answered, though. So you came here and promised that to Bensalem, the idea that you were going to save the mother house, that we were going to have access to it.
I'm so sorry.
Correct?
That's right. You didn't ask that question. My apologies.
Okay.
And we do intend, just like we currently have a project under construction now in Montgomery County. We're working with the township that ultimately there'll be a day, a 2-day, a celebrated type of occasion where people can come and visit the property.
So it'll be
But in
limited
addition to
then.
that, if, for example, Bensalem Township wanted to utilize some of the meeting rooms for the Girl Scouts or some community, or St. Charles wanted to bring over the basketball team for some meeting, or if the community at large said, could we utilize a portion of the space for some gathering? We are open to all of that. Do we have an exact schedule? No. Are we committed to finding a path? Certainly.
Are you willing to commit to putting language in the homeowners association to agree to allow that access to that space?
Yes. Yes, we are.
How much space would that leave us with the 48 units and the office space?
I'd have to get back to you on that. I think the whole assemblage was the 13,000 feet of office space and the 48 units that could potentially be developed, and the chapel and the crypt.
And I understand. I'm not criticizing the fact that you put the 48 units in. All I'm saying is, and suggesting is the fact that I felt like you made a promise and a commitment to Bensalem that we would be able to utilize these facilities, correct?
And I continue to make
And I just want to make sure that it's not the facade of the building that we see and that we're not able to use it. Because,
Correct.
Ms. Bronzi, I mean, when you go down there is no trespassing signs down there. There's signs that say no picture taking. So it doesn't seem like it's welcome right now. I just want to make sure.
Well, it's not owned by Mr. Bond.
I understand that, but
But
I just want.
actually, if I may speak to that, that was an insurance requirement that the sisters had to conform to, which is why the additional signage was installed for insurance reasons at the property, now that it's primarily vacant.
All right, so let's move on. And I do want to speak to the subdivision. First, Mr. Pizzo or Mr. Gantz, what are we looking to accomplish this evening? Can you confirm, are we looking to do both a preliminary, final, and subdivision?
I believe the applicant has requested preliminary and final subdivision and land development approval this evening. It'll be up to council what you actually grant.
Thank you. Is there a requirement that this needs to go through zoning based off of the fact that the property is now being submitted to be subdivided into 6 different lots?
I'll defer to Mr. Gans, who prepared the engineering review, but I believe that all of the zoning items that the plan presents have been identified by the township engineer, and I believe the applicant has indicated that those 12 items are all will comply items. So
That's
consistent
correct,
with,
Mr.
consistent with the way that you would normally approve a land development when a zoning item is listed by the township engineer. If it's a will comply item, then that's satisfactory, and the plans are made to comply. If it requires zoning relief, then typically the council would ask that the matter be tabled so that the zoning relief can be obtained. Here, it's being told that none of the zoning relief that's been identified will be needed. The plan will be modified so that it's fully compliant with zoning.
That's correct.
But there are things that still require approval and modification that more than likely should go through zoning.
Again, unless I'm missing something or I'm misunderstanding your question, the 12 items that are identified under Section C are all items that the applicant has said the plan will comply with the zoning ordinance, and therefore no variance will be required.
Fine.
That's
Second question. There was an MUR that was approved earlier in the year. The MUR, from what I understood, was approved based off of the idea that this property would be one lot. It was considered an overlay plan, and there was no mention or discussion as far as subdividing this property.
No, it was not an overlay plan. It was a zoning, a new zoning classification that was assigned to this property as a whole. So if it gets subdivided into 6 lots, does the new MUR district apply individually to each lot?
If I could speak to that for just a moment, please, because as I shared a few minutes ago,
Mr. Bon,
to the question being asked.
Yeah, no, I'd rather our solicitor, though, answer that. Mr. Ponte, if you just hold off just a second.
I'd like to hear what Mr. Ponte has to say
Okay.
regarding
Respectfully, it's
the
because
lots.
this is the 3rd project that we've undertaken. As a matter of fact, coincidentally, the one under construction now in Montgomery County is also a 45-acre parcel that also had an overlay district, that also has been subdivided for all the reasons that are necessary for a project with the different types of uses. So, and not that I'm the township engineer anymore, but years ago I was. With that as the backdrop, the zoning was put in place to allow for the project to be subdivided. And from the very beginning, we submitted a plan that described how it would be subdivided. And although I haven't read the zoning ordinance in a few months, or a few weeks anyway, I thought even the ordinance itself had some reference to subdivision as opposed to condominium. So,
No, sir, I mean,
I submit
looking at
that.
the MUR, it doesn't appear as if there was, the property was going to be subdivided to this extent. And my question to you then is, who is going to own these particular pieces?
At this moment, all is under Aquinas. But as you advance forward, we are not senior living operators. So for example, at other projects, we work with senior living companies. So if I may, do you have the pointer? There we go, this works. As you look at the assisted living facility memory care, that could be one entity in and of itself with one operator. As a matter of fact, we are meeting with one from out of state several times, and we'll be meeting with them in the upcoming weeks as well. And they would focus only on that operation. The independent living is also a separate type of end use. Now, there are companies that also do both, but they are different and completely different from townhome developments. They're financed differently. They're completely separate financial, capital, equity, and debt. And that's why these projects are subdivided. It's an overlay district in a community that provides everything from owned.
Mr. Pontier, it is
Townhomes.
not an overlay district. It is a zoning classification that is applied to this tract of land. So the question, and if it does get subdivided, do the restrictions that are in the MUR apply to each individual lot? For instance, there's a section in here on use and dwelling mix, which regulates the percentage of a particular type of unit that could be on there. So for instance, the active adult leased units or the apartments, which are age restricted, is limited to no more than 40% of the total units within the community. If this does get subdivided, then lot, I believe it's 4, would be 100% apartments, which would be in violation of the MUR.
Right, and if I may, the point whether it's designated as an overlay or a new zoning district, the intent is to allow for that entire project to be developed with a program that's been proposed, but subdivided so that they can be financed and operated separately.
I understand what your intent is, but I don't believe that's the way. This is not an overlay. It's a zoning district, a zoning classification.
I'm sorry, there was one key word. You said financed. So is the reason that you're subdividing this is specifically for financing purposes?
No, as I shared, it's not only for financial purposes, but because each particular component is a different type of end user and end development team. As I mentioned, townhomes are different than senior living, and even the senior living can be different, where you have assisted living operators that are different than independent.
So, Mr. Ponti, is your intention to sell off these lots once it's purchased and acquired?
My intent is to develop the project and to be there until God calls me home.
So the answer is yes?
The answer is that each particular project has to stand on its own merits and has to have the right team members. And as I've shared, I'm not a senior living operator, so there are times when we work with them, we joint venture, we provide the property for them to develop, we develop for them. There's all different types of approaches.
And I recognize that, but I don't feel like you're answering the question directly. I mean, so the answer is you're going to sell off these pieces, and again, earlier this year, we were under the assumption that you were going to maintain control of this, more specifically because you were going to preserve the historic value and the access that the community would have to this project. Is that correct?
True, but certainly, this project, Councilman, will be somewhere in the $150 to $175 million total project cost. That's a substantial undertaking, and it involves different participants. And yes, we've made the commitment to the Mother House. And although I could stand here tonight and tell you I'm going to live forever, chances are I'm not. So as I pass on, the zoning in place, the approvals in place, the requirements in place in perpetuity will keep the Mother House and those buildings safe.
Who would be responsible then for the upkeep of the Mother House
There
if
would be
it's
an over-
subdivided into several different lots, for
Again,
example, the community of the townhouses is certainly going to be different than the community of the assisted living as compared to the mother house itself and the cemetery, that's another lot. So how is that going to be subdivided? I ask that because we have where Holy Family College is on Woodhaven Road and Bristol Pike. They share a responsibility as far as storm sewer management, and it seems to be a problem in terms of who's paying what and when it's being paid and who's responsible for it.
there is a mothership, for lack of a better description, homeowners association entity, and each of the various lots participate in the maintenance costs. As we've shared, and I'm sure all are familiar with, we are not providing roads that have to be maintained by the township. We clear our own snow, we provide our own trash removal, et cetera. So everyone has to participate, and there's an overarching homeowners association that everyone contributes to, including what's necessary to accommodate the necessary operating expenses for the mother house in conjunction with end users that would be there.
So how is that going to work if you subdivide the whole area into 6 different lots with multiple different owners?
There's an overarching homeowners association, each one is a participant.
That every owner will have to respect, even if you sell off every part of this
That's correct.
property?
That's absolutely correct. And respectfully, that's exactly what we're doing as we speak in 2 other locations.
So that's how you take control of the whole,
That's right.
through the associations that everyone has to belong to.
That is correct.
Whether who's operating the senior home, who's operating the memory care, who's operating the lease 55 and older.
That's right.
Okay.
And we're very hands-on in managing the assets.
Is the plan that all 653 residential units will pay into this homeowners association?
Yes, well, actually, the entities. The townhome community will have a homeowners association. The apartment will have their own entity as ownership. Each of the lots will participate, correct.
Well, so will there be 6 different homeowners associations?
No, actually, there'll probably be one for the townhomes, and each individual lots will contribute to the homeowners association, which is what we are doing elsewhere.
Okay, now how are you mixing it in with the 48 units in the mother house, which would probably be similar to if you leapfrog over the memory care unit to the independent living facility next to it?
Right, it would have to participate like
Because it's 2 separate lots then.
Correct, and it would have to participate, if indeed there were 48 units, to participate in the overall operating expenses that are common area maintenance.
What do you mean if there are 48 units there?
Tonight, we are proposing to develop a project of 605 units. We've shared what we've committed to with
Well, the
regards...
605 units doesn't meet the
May
MUR.
I finish? May I finish, please?
Well, the 605 units does not meet the MUR.
Okay, well, you asked about the 48, I'm not sure how to respond to the second question, but my point is that tonight, we know that we are proceeding forward with a project that's 90 townhomes, 260 active adult, and 255 independent living assisted memory care. It's our hope that we can find a path forward with the mother house to repurpose for individual units, but we do not know tonight if indeed that would be the case.
Okay, so
I
the
just want to be
plans-
clear on that.
Okay, so the plans that you're proposing do not include the 48 units in the mother house?
No, the plans that we have submitted, as I had shared as well, demonstrate the maximum impact, whether it be traffic, parking, utilities, et cetera, so that in the event that the day would come that we could develop and provide those 48 units, we've done all the necessary work in advance.
And those units would be assisted living units?
They would be senior living type units that they're
Either
under
memory
the,
care or assisted living, depending on
correct,
the need?
on personal care, some type of senior living, correct.
Some, either independent, assisted, or memory care, one of those 3 basically?
There's a continuum care in the zoning that allows, I believe, even skilled care. I may be wrong, but I believe it does.
I think so.
So the point is that, as I shared earlier, the industry, as we baby boomers age, our needs, wants, and expectations are different than the greatest generation, and I would offer that those that come after us will be different as well. So what we had hoped that it, again, for the vitality and,
You'll manage to whatever the need is. I can understand that. I guess my bigger concern is what I was starting to get to, is that without the 48 units, your percentage of apartments is now up at 43%, which is in excess of the MUR requirement that it be no more than 40%. So how do you plan to address that?
Well, I don't, Jesse, I think, I could be wrong, but I misunderstand your question, but
Okay.
I think that the assisted living are not apartments.
That's correct.
So the apartments you're talking about are senior housing 55 and older.
Right, the
Okay.
three units on lot
okay,
4, I think it is.
Let me finish.
And I'm not the team member to speak to that exactly,
Okay.
but I would offer that I'm pretty certain, after all this effort, time, and energy, that what we're proposing conforms to the zoning code.
I think what you're saying, okay, he has 55 and older that have to stay 55 and older, leased buildings in the back,
Yep.
okay? They're apartments because they're leased units to people who don't need assisted living.
That's correct.
The 45 assisted living, memory care that he possibly could put in the mother house are not apartments. They're part of assisted living, so they don't bring the
That's-
apartment thing
that is-
over.
That is a great point, Mr. Knowles, and I think where I was going
I
with
mean,
that.
yeah, that's the way I
But-
read it.
No, that's, so the MUR code says, in no case shall active adult leased units comprise more than 40% of the total units within the community. At 605 units, 260 apartments equals 43%. If you add in the 48 units in the mother
Of course,
house.
but that's what the zoning
Then
permits.
I'm assuming that is why you're adding 48 units in, just so that you can get in just under the 40% for the apartments.
Actually, no. It's because the zoning permits 14 units per acre for an ultimate development program of 653 units, of which, from the beginning, we have proposed 605. Well, actually, we had proposed more townhomes, but we worked with everyone to reduce the townhome density.
That's right.
But we made a commitment, and I believe it's written in there appropriately as well, for 90 townhomes and for 260 and no more of new constructed active adult.
The zoning classification, we specifically left out the number of units in the final revision and put in this percentage mix so that we could have, the right proportions on the site. And so the way I see it right now, there's a discrepancy with meeting that zoning ordinance. If you are not presenting the 48 units within the mother house as part of the final plan, then it does not meet the zoning classification.
I think where the confusion lies respectfully is the following. A project of this size and nature does not all get constructed in one day. 653 units will be constructed over time. So with that as the backdrop, I believe that's how the codes are written to permit the development to advance as the need arises. For example, the active adult, there are 3 buildings there. We will not build all 3 at one time.
No,
We will
of course
build,
not, I understand that.
and the same goes for the 48 units in the mother house, or the 255 of the independent living, assisted living memory care. All will be done as we advance forward on the project, but all will not be done at one time. The common area improvements will be done that will permit the thoroughfares, the access, the egress, the fire safety, all the utilities, et cetera. And as we develop the project, each will be done in its proper time. So with that allows you to see how and again, I didn't come here tonight well-versed on that particular component of the zoning, but I would respectfully submit, if the requirement said, of this zoning district, a certain percentage is to be active adult, I assure you that's what they are and no more.
I have a question for you, and you may have just answered it, but I didn't quite understand it. So the question is this. If you have several different lots, and one of them is assisted living, and one is townhouses, let's just take those 2. And the townhouse company, whoever it happens to be, the developer comes in and says, okay, I'm ready to start this immediately today. And the assisted living facilities is hesitant and is not ready to start in a year's time. And then you have another component of it, and they're not ready to start for 2 years. How do you get the money to do the common improvements and the roads and the walkways, sidewalks and things like that, and the mother house? Where does that money come from, and how does that get done?
You are correct. There are certain components that certainly need to be done out of the gate to provide the necessary funding for the project to be undertaken. And as I've shared a little earlier, that is indeed the case that we continue to advance forward with. For example, the townhomes and the assisted living and memory care are well underway to hopefully be the first out of the gate of the project. So different components will allow, and the active adult, the first of the 3 buildings of the active adult. So the intent is to complete enough of the construction in advance, or rather, as the first step, to allow the funding to be in place for the common improvements.
But what if it doesn't happen? Or is it happening now?
It is happening now, but this is, this is why these projects are substantial undertakings, that you have to have the depth of experience, knowledge, and talent to take it from idea to reality. And I would respectfully submit that as we speak, that's exactly what we're doing elsewhere.
Mr. Ponzio,
Well,
as
wait
far
a
as,
sec.
as far as the
Ed,
mother,
1 minute. I
Go
don't think we've gotten any answer yet from either township engineer or township solicitor on whether or not if the lot gets, if we are subdivided into 6 different lots or
Right.
97 different lots, when the townhomes get sold off, what zoning district applies? Is it the MUR, and does it apply to each individual lot?
and to that point, the MUR also states 10% of open space. So then, are you giving us 10% per lot then at that point, Mr. Ponzio?
May I interrupt? I'm sorry, I wasn't listening, but I was speaking with Mr. Maloney, who shared with me that
I think they're basically asking if, you can tell me if I'm wrong, but basically asking if there's percentages of open space, for instance, for the whole MUR, if there's percentage of parking for the whole MUR, if there's things that require percentage of residential in the MUR, if you're breaking it down into 6 pieces, does that have a, who governs the fact that those overall rules that you agreed to in the MUR are followed if you have 6 different people or 6 different entities involved in
That's-
developing each site?
Well,
It's
no,
easy.
Is that what you mean?
No, that's not what I mean. I mean,
Well, I
does
think
the
that's what you
MUR and all of the restrictions apply to lot 1 in and of
Well,
itself?
let me just share with you, actually,
Well,
that
ex-
this is
I
2
think that's
questions.
I'm asking
Well, Jesse, I think
township
they
engineer, I'm
apply to the
asking
whole,
township
they
solicitor.
apply to the whole thing, not just each lot.
That's why I'm asking. these
Gentlemen,
Well,
questions.
that's what
if
I'm
I may-
asking. That's what I'm asking. That's the question.
I think we've
he's
got some answers here, if I may.
asking. Okay, go ahead.
In the zoning ordinance itself, in section 232-31010, number 2, parens 2, lot area standards, it specifically mentions subdivided lots. I thought that we had shared that.
I
in the
remember
zoning,
you shared the
because from
company
the
that
very
was handling it.
beginning, again,
Joe Love.
Paul, this is not our first undertaking. We knew this is what needed to be done for the project to be viable. So we said from the very beginning that it had to be subdivided. And it is in the zoning ordinance accordingly. So I believe that answers your question, I think.
I'm asking our township engineer and our township solicitor for their input.
The ordinance, as it was presented to the Township Council earlier in the year, and as was reviewed by the township in concert with the plan that's on the screen above, or at least a plan that was pretty similar, if not identical, to that plan, and the discussions that surrounded the undertaking of this ordinance at the time council approved it, all envisioned, all provided for the development of this site as a single tract. Clearly, if the ordinance is calling for a tract area of 40 acres, the intent certainly couldn't be that each one of these separate lots has to be 40 acres. We talked about a development of the tract area as a 40-acre development. Within the development of the overall site, the ordinance does provide for, and in fact requires, a combination of permitted uses that include, by definition, townhouses. So again, we're talking about housing, dwelling units, dwelling lots that are going to be appreciably smaller than 40 acres, together with the senior living campus, the active adult leased units, the cemetery, and the like. The ordinance then does go on to talk about, and I believe, a distinction between the gross acreage of the tract and the individual lots within the overall development site. And in the section that Mr. Poncia references, 3210, 1, 2, 3, 4, goes on to say that subdivided lots are not required to have frontage on public streets. Community utility and maintenance easements shall be provided for shared infrastructure that is not constructed on a created lot. Lots created to allow for separate ownership of facilities shall contain the minimum area necessary to contain an entire building where practical, and the associated improvements for that particular facility. No internal setbacks or buffers are required for the newly created lots. So these are things that we're talking about for lots within the overall development of the tract. So I believe that in answer to your question, yes, the approval of the subdivision plan as presented, and I'm not speaking to whether something should be this amount of acreage or shouldn't, but the concept of having the assisted living on a separate lot from all of the townhomes, which would be separate from the mother house and the buildings that are being preserved, is both permitted and consistent with certainly the spirit, if not the letter of the ordinance.
Okay, so that's good for Mr. Poncia. Now, if I may pose a hypothetical, and forgive me, but say if we fast forward 50 years in the future and Mr. Poncia doesn't own all of the property anymore, would we be subject to a possibility where another owner of a particular lot could pursue additional development by making this argument that, well, the MUR just applies to the single lot, not the entire district or the entire tract area?
I would say no, only because as part of the approval process, assuming a majority of the council approves this plan, the approval itself, together with the plans that will be recorded, will reflect and indicate that despite the subdivision of the tract remains as an entirety a 40-acre project, if you will, with all of the pieces interrelated to one another, with the parking easements and the access easements and the homeowners association covenants and whatever covenants are going to be put in place in regard to the existing structures. All of those things function together in the development of the site. So 20 years down the road, the assisted living facility can't turn around and say, well, we're now
We want to put on a 50-room.
Paizo Health Systems, and we're going to operate completely independent of everything else, and we're going to do our own thing. They may attempt that. Paizo Health Systems may attempt that, but hopefully if the township is doing its...
Mr. Paizo?
Excuse me? But if the township is doing its job through this approval process, the plans, the approvals will indicate that as Paizo Health Systems might, it's still going to have to function as a part of the overall whole, and any redevelopment of the assisted living building, because theoretically you could redevelop the assisted living building, I believe, under your scenario. Paizo Health Systems could come in and say, we're knocking that building down and we're building something else. But it has to be something that's permitted under the MUR. It would otherwise have to go.
And it would have to fit with the all the lots
Exactly.
in that MUR.
So the same math that you were doing here as far as the percentage of units of this nature versus the overall site would apply to that individual lot.
Okay, all right, thank you. Sorry, that's where I was going with that question.
Okay. Is there, okay, so we've gotten to the point where we know that the, under C, under Chapter 232 zoning of the letter of the, because at some point we're going to have to put something together here. So the November 4th letter, 2019, from Russell Benter, okay? Okay, so we established that you have the 12 things under zoning for C. You're saying they're all will comply?
Yes.
Okay.
And you'll see, here's what I would propose, Mr. Knowles. We provided a very detailed response to each one of the comments, both in zoning and throughout the...
What I would like to know is, out of the, under D for the that's fine, we're fine if we will comply, okay? under D, the subdivision and land
Well,
development board.
Wait, hold on, can we back up there, Mr. Knoll, for
Yeah.
a second? Because this document was emailed out to us maybe a couple hours before the meeting, and left on the dais here for us when we arrived.
Yeah,
So-
well, that's why I don't want to use it as answers.
Well,
That's the exact thing.
my question for Mr. Gantz and Russ are, have you seen this letter and these responses?
Yeah.
Okay, so are you satisfied with their responses for all 12 items in section C with respect to zoning? And do you agree that they will comply and they don't need any additional information?
Yes, I should say that the planning commission had those in time for them, and they were voted several days before. So they did have more time than you did to review all of them. We did look at them at the hearing.
So planning commission got this. This was not included in council packet though, so.
Yeah, it wasn't included in the packet, so, and I was told at around 4:30 that it wasn't in the packet. There was portions of it that were actually in the packet. I realized once I received it.
Yeah, a couple of pages look familiar.
There was
The
portions of it.
waivers.
Okay, can I finish one second?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so I got a call around 4 o'clock, and they said, do you want us to just make copies and leave it at the council's thing, or you wanted to email it right away? And I said, email it right away, and then we'll also have it, okay? And then the attorney's gonna have to go through it anyway, so it's just answers that he's gonna have to provide tonight. So what I'm trying to get to is, and you tell me, sir, if this is inefficient, why don't you tell me which ones are not, will comply out of the subdivision and land development ordinance? And then we could check those off, and the other ones are will comply, and we can confirm
Okay.
with our engineers that they're will comply. So then we're left with the ones you're not complying with, and then whether we need waivers on those or what we decide to do with it.
To make it easy, the applicant you are requesting several waivers, 13 waivers.
Yes.
We're going to review them. Let's go. Let's do it.
Okay, and, you know, which numbers are they?
I can tell you which ones we're asking for waivers from T&M's letter.
May I interrupt for just one moment, please? I understand from our team member that in addition to the submission of the review letter with all the responses, in the interest of making it as clear as we could, we also provided a separate sheet of the ordinance relief list, which is more like a checklist, or rather the ordinance and then the checklist release. So if I could ask if your package has these items, these would be
I
the
know,
most
we don't want,
expeditious.
I
to-
understand we have that available to us, but if we're gonna, we usually do our, if we get to a point where we make a motion, it's off of the letter from our engineer. So someone needs to say that these are will complies and these are other ones. We can read additional. So what numbers under D are the ones that you're gonna need waivers for, which are listed separately in your other
Okay.
sheet that I did read?
Good to hear that.
D26,
Okay, D26 is, so that means D1 through 25 are will complies?
yes.
No,
Well, that's what I'm asking.
number 4, number 5,
They're-
number
They are not in,
14,
they're not in the
26, 28.
Okay, hold on a second.
If I could,
Let him
Mr.
in.
Knowles,
Let him answer.
Right
the
in
question.
order.
Councilman's right, because there are 3 waiver requests that are not in the D section. They're what we call checklist waivers.
Okay.
They're just, that's how they're sort of drafting issues, and I can go through them and tell you where they are in the T&M letter,
Yeah,
rather than starting with D. I think it makes sense
Okay.
to do it that way.
okay.
T&M's letter number 4, which
Okay, what page are you on now? Under,
I am on page 3.
okay, so the listing of the
I'm
waivers, because there's 12 there between the two things, so that's why,
Yeah,
Page
Well, may I ask-
7 of the TNM.
May I ask a question? Why would we not just go with you have a Marathon Engineering and Environmental Services checklist waiver request list? Why, chapter, and it goes on from there, but why would we not just go
I can-
directly to that?
that's how I have prepared to
okay, you
go.
think it
but
make, okay, it's up to you guys.
And-
You know,
and
think
I
it's
have,
easier
if
that
you-
way? We usually
if you-
go off our
If you
engineer.
don't have the waiver
Yes,
checklist, I made
72
several
items.
copies so we can go through
Okay.
that. And everything that's not on
Okay,
this
so let's make sure-
checklist is a will comply.
Okay, that's good.
And I can identify the numbers.
Okay, so this is the design waiver request list, is that what we're
Yes.
looking at?
And the first one is what's called the checklist waiver request, and they are 3 items. First is a location of trees.
Ron, what's your assessment on that one?
Not like-
201-41D
Yes,
and 8.
there is no need to identify trees that will be removed.
Okay, so
But
this
in
is,
the surrounding areas, they will be identified. Which makes sense to me,
okay, so this waiver would be good according to you?
yes.
Okay.
The s- The second one is from section 41D9. Your ordinance requires that we locate on our plans all utilities within 400 feet of the boundaries of our tract. There's a 43.5 acre tract. It's very large. That'd be a huge area to plot out all those improvements. We're requesting a waiver of that and proposing to locate whatever your engineer wants us to locate on our plans, and probably anything within 200 feet rather than 400 feet.
Okay, and Ron, you're
So-
fine with that?
Well, I guess my question is, do you just feel that it's too hard to do the job the way that it's required? I mean, the requirement is for 400 feet.
We think it's a needless expense to locate. As you can imagine, it's just growing exponentially larger
Sure.
as you expand out.
Sure,
So it's-
I would have assumed that the applicant would have considered that when purchasing the property, that he would have
Okay,
to
well,
meet the
let's see what the
requirements.
engineer thinks, whether minds or not. If you want to spend money, you want to just punish them to spend money, it's up to you, but,
Well, with all the accurate Google mapping and other facilities we have today, 200 feet is more than sufficient.
more than sufficient.
All right.
Okay.
And I
the-
guess the question is, do we need to consider revising the code? Because
Yes.
400 is.
Sure.
Yeah, we should
All right, then.
revise, and usually they're not this large, though, in all fairness, you know?
No, well, that's kind of why I'm
That's
trying
the
to
point,
Okay,
make the balance.
okay, thank you.
Right.
It's a waiver that's routinely asked for and routinely granted.
All right, can we?
Okay, so we can change
Mr. President,
it.
can we take an item to go and take a look at revising that in the code then?
Okay.
And the
Third one?
The third checklist waiver request relates to the scale of the plan, and we're proposing 1 inch to 50 on the horizontal scale and 1 inch to 5 feet on the vertical scale. I don't believe Mr. Gans has any objection.
Do you have any objections to that?
No, that's for the profiles for the different utilities. And traditionally, the horizontal is different than the vertical to make it clearer. And that 1 to 50 is fine.
It's fine.
Mr. Gantz, that one in particular, I believe, just give me a second. Page 7, they were recommending at 100 scale, and just want to make sure that I'm referencing the correct item, and there was notation of it being difficult to read.
I don't
I
think,
didn't understand your question.
I don't think that's the same.
There was a comment in one of these waivers that I guess they're looking to, for the waiver on this particular item, T&M had noted that it was difficult to read. So why would we grant that waiver if it was difficult to read?
Well, this isn't the one for the 100, this is one that,
No, I think that was for the 100 scale, right?
that's a
The
different.
100
Okay, is that a
scale,
different one?
we want a larger scale, the 100 scale. Because the 100 scale is difficult to read. But this is for the profiles, which is a different.
Is it just a different plan, profile
It
plan?
is a construction plan.
Okay, all right, because, yeah, the one I was looking at, it had demolition plan, condition plan, and they were just noting that it was difficult to read.
I think they will comply.
That's a will comply, he's doing that.
Compare that.
That's a separate thing. Okay, so, anyway, that's okay.
All right, we had 3 waivers requesting, moving right along.
These, and Ron, moving right along. Okay,
That's
so
the
now,
checklist. Now we're into what we call the design waiver request.
right, okay. So that's
Although
the
the
other-
first one simply is to allow us to get both preliminary and final at this proceeding, rather than bifurcate the proceeding, go through preliminary, and then come back for final. So that's the first item on the design waiver request,
Okay,
and that's T&M D26, if you wanted to note that on the T&M review letter.
okay, and that'll be in the, okay, so what's the next waiver?
Well,
The next,
I guess the only question I have with that, with combining them, and we've seen this before, so I don't really take issue to combining the review, but with a lot of the other ones that are will comply, it's will comply, but there's a lot of information that still has to be provided. You know, recognize that.
some does. I will, to address that point, we have, because we've submitted such a detailed response, including plans. Typically, when you go to final, you're seeing how the plans have changed. We've already provided that in our response, and that's why I think it makes a special sense in this case. The plans are not going to change significantly from what you're looking at today. And our response includes those changes, most of them, any substantive changes on there. There might be some additional
Well,
notes.
I guess that's kind of the question is,
And
you know, what still has to be provided? Because just going through this, you know, it seems like a lot that has to be provided that maybe would be included in the final land development plans.
Well, we don't know yet, till we go through it.
Let's go through it first.
No, but he's already said it's all.
Well, he's
I know, we're not
he's
granting the waiver
requesting
now,
the
he's just
waiver,
telling
guys.
us what waiver.
Well,
I'm
you didn't say
asking
we're
for
giving
his
it to him.
justification.
Well, he's giving, okay.
Okay.
For this particular waiver.
What-
He's trying
No,
to,
it's not
no, he's requesting a waiver to combine preliminary and final.
and that,
Can we
we're not
listen to-
granting the
can we
waiver now, though.
Listen to what Mr. Maloney says first, and then we can
And
get back.
I would suggest as a condition of granting that waiver, that you incorporate, if you're inclined to grant our request tonight, you incorporate our response, each one of them, in writing as a written commitment, and that's included, that will be included as conditions of your approval.
And
So
then it
everything
wouldn't
we
be-
put in writing,
It wouldn't be approved unless you did those things.
Yes.
Including the engineer, our engineer would have to
Yes.
confirm it, those things are done, or it wouldn't be approved.
absolutely so.
Okay.
Our response letter, I'd request that that be included as a condition of approval, if you're inclined to grant approval.
Which it would be.
Okay, so that,
Yes.
and that's up to the motion, so let's go to the next waiver.
Next one is a request for a waiver from a community impact statement. Typically, it's my understanding, although I'm not overly familiar with these, but that seems to be designed so that you can plan for playgrounds and schools and things of that nature. Because this is predominantly an age-restricted community, we're requesting that you waive that planning tool. I will point out, the planning tool doesn't have any teeth to it, so there's not a requirement to like create playgrounds or anything. It's just something that the township can use as a reference point for planning future development. So we're requesting that that be
So,
waived.
Mr. Gantz, you would be okay with that? It doesn't really apply in this?
Why would you asking for a waiver?
Because it just costs money to have a consultant go out and do a survey of nearby playgrounds and what the community impact is going to be, when it doesn't require anything to be done to follow up. It has no impact on Mr. Poncia's development.
Well, we would still like to know the impact of the senior housing and anything else you're putting in there.
Do you not think that this project is an impact to the community?
Oh, no, it has an impact.
And it's not just playgrounds, right?
No, it says, it didn't say impact on the community, it said impact on schools, playgrounds, and libraries.
If I may, what we are offering tonight is, and when you look at the property as it sits today, a property that was tax exempt for many, many years, what we're proposing is a property that, number one, will have a primarily senior community. Number two, that will be self-contained in maintaining the private roads, et cetera. And number three, that will have substantial ratables for the township. So it's our humble submission that it's pretty black and white that the impact is a positive for the township in so many respects.
What was the number on that, D, what is it? What's the number there?
Mr. Ponzi, can
that
I
was,
respond to that real quick, though? Conversely, though, the impact of having 650 units built, the impact on infrastructure on the roads, the impact to the schools, to the kids that are living in those townhomes. And there is a significant impact to the community as a whole, specifically around that neighborhood too, correct? I mean, so we can't forget the
I know, but
idea that there is an impact to this is a large project, sir.
He's paying an impact fee, though.
And I recognize that, but I don't want to dismiss the idea.
Well, I don't think
and
that's what he
said,
meant. I don't think
you know,
that's what he meant.
And
Yeah.
keep in mind is that this property has been largely vacant, right? So there hasn't been much of an impact. There hasn't been a lot of traffic. And yes, you're right, we're not getting the tax revenue to this, but conversely, it was a nice property that people were able to go down and visit, and we didn't have the impact to the community.
What's the subdivision number again?
It's number
Yeah.
D28.
Thank you.
Yeah, again.
Again, just so that everybody understands, because the word impact
I know, it's not the same
is
thing.
being, I don't want to say thrown around, but the word impact is being used, and everyone should understand what the report requires. And I'm not saying this either in favor of a waiver or against, I just want to make sure that everybody's talking about the same thing. The intent of the impact, quote-unquote, impact study that Section 103A and B of the ordinance calls for is, again, to take a look at what currently exists around the site in the way of schools, playgrounds, churches, libraries, things of that nature. It's not a traffic study. The ordinance calls for an entirely separate process to do traffic study, and that's not being waived, and I'm sure it wouldn't be waived if such a request were being made. So you have a traffic impact fee committee that does a traffic impact study. You have a traffic engineer who has reviewed all of these plans. The plans will go to PennDOT. So as far as impact as it pertains to things like traffic and the infrastructure and the highways and byways around the property, that's not what this study that the ordinance calls for is about. This is about if we move X number of families, 90 families into the townhomes and several hundred 55 or older individuals into those apartments or into the senior medical facility, what will be the impact on the schools? What will be the impact? Will there be a sufficient amount of recreational facilities to serve the people living in that community? Will there be a sufficient number of other community amenities that Bensalem fortunately has a fairly ample supply of in terms of our own library, churches of every denomination from one end of the spectrum to the other. The question becomes, do we have an adequate number of those to accommodate the additional people who would be moving into the community or relocating within the community to this location? So again, I'm not saying that you should or shouldn't require it, but understand that at the end of the day, they're going to look at this and say, well, at most 90 of the townhomes are going to be that won't be age restricted. To the extent we're not adding 90 townhomes, is there a potential impact on the schools, Cornwell's Elementary School, St. Charles Borromeo School, Holy Ghost Prep, whatever? Will there be an impact so great that we're talking about having to redistrict or having to build onto the school or things of that nature? Will there be a need for recreation facilities, playgrounds, parks, what have you, to accommodate the folk that will be moving in? And as part of that process, keep in mind, again, that your ordinance does, within the permitted uses for the overall senior campus and the accessory uses that were discussed in the spring, and I assume will be discussed again, include a certain number of amenities that would be available to the residents of the community, including clubhouse facilities that we're talking about being located within the existing structures, library, museum, historical things of that nature. So a study may be worthwhile. It may not be necessary. That's for all of you and your infinite wisdom to determine. But again, just so that we're all singing from the same hymnal, if you will, the study that we're talking about is one largely to deal with the impact on schools and the need for additional public facilities, public amenities, not things that are going to be the deeper dive, the one that I know everyone up here and everyone out here is concerned about, which are the impacts on traffic and the infrastructure.
I'm going to add to that, if I may, before you get up there, Len. It's going to be my opinion that you should comply with this, number one, and because no one mentioned it yet, but I can assure you, without doing a study, that the EMS services are going to increase considerably with that property at 1663.
Duly noted. If I could share, though, to Mr. Piz's point, which I think we were remiss in providing earlier tonight, if I could draw your attention to the plan on the overhead screen, all the areas lined in orange are all the walking trails that we intend to, that we will construct there at the site. So to allow the community to enjoy all the passive recreation, from fire pits and dog walks, et cetera. So I guess the point I'm sharing is that we certainly have thought of that, and communities like this demand that, and we hope that by providing all of that, not only will it be something that will be enjoyed by those that are living there, but this is not a gated community. This is open to the public, so others can enjoy it as well. Once again, it was our hope that what we're providing would be a much better beneficial impact
you're
than
not
it might burden. That's
You're
all.
not addressing the question, because what you're saying is true, and I agree with you 100%, but this has to do with the effect on the community. So everything you're adding to it actually may add to the activity in the area.
Okay, well,
That's what we have to know.
Duly
that's
noted.
all.
Okay, so, and then it's part of a motion that we're not giving you that waiver. It'll have to be part of the approval, and that'll be up to you at that point. But, okay, it's up to you, whoever makes the
Exactly.
motion, right, exactly.
The only thing I would point out again is that Mr. Pizzo mentioned traffic impact, and we are paying a traffic impact fee, and we've not requested a waiver, and that's going to be $103,000, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, I saw that was 103,
So-
so there's an impact fee, it's 103,000.
I understand that, but do you think that's going to fix our issues there
Well,
along Bristol?
we weren't talking about traffic.
Okay.
We can talk about that later if you want.
Okay.
Okay. It's not going to fix everything, though.
The
Okay.
next item is a drafting issue, if I may. It's the approach to intersection here. You're supposed to have 50 feet of straightaway as you approach, and I'm sorry, you guys can't see that. Here, 50 feet of straightaway as you approach Bristol Pike. Under your ordinance, we have 34 feet. As you can see, there's a slight curve as it curves around the cemetery there, and we're requesting a waiver from that. We have a PennDOT review letter, and they had no problem with it, and I don't think,
Okay.
What's that, D what, D20?
that is, I'm sorry, Mr. Kisselback, that is D37,
Okay, moving right along.
Okay.
okay?
And then
Next-
Ron PennDOT doesn't have a problem, you don't have a problem with it either? Okay, they don't have a problem with it, okay.
And was that only for that intersection?
That's just for
Road D?
Road
and
D
Bristol
section,
Pike?
intersection.
It has, okay.
The next one is item D43, and that is for the radius at the intersection with Bristol Pike, and this involves Road A, and it's just the left-hand, I guess that's the easterly radius, curb radius here. And we're requesting that be, I believe it's 20 feet rather than 30 feet. Again, that was subject to PennDOT review, and I don't believe PennDOT
You
had
sure
a
that's
problem
where
with
it
it.
is? Isn't it down?
Yeah, it's the right in, right there.
Really?
It's the right in curb radius off of
So
Bristol
facing the
Pike.
property, it's the right hand.
Yes, coming up Bristol Pike, you turn right into the property. Next involves,
This would also have to be approved by
Okay, this is a
PennDOT?
PennDOT approval
PennDOT
too?
also, Ron?
yes, that's,
All right.
Okay.
Do you know what the, why the requirement is 30 feet as opposed to something like 20 feet for that?
Well, 30 is generally if you have larger vehicles turning in, delivery trucks. So that's why we listed 30. But if PennDOT feels that 20 is sufficient.
Well, I mean, we're talking about probably routine, large vehicles turning in there. Box
There's
trucks.
not going to be any tractor trailers.
Well, if PennDOT doesn't approve it, they're not going to be able to do it.
right.
What about for fire truck apparatus turning radius?
I think they provided all the,
We
I
have
know that's
all-
a separate issue, and we'll get to it.
Yeah, we'll
but
get that, they
they're-
passed, they got all that.
But they're okay with that turning radius? Okay.
Next item involves dead-end streets. Your ordinance requires dead-end streets have a cul-de-sac, and this is, the only street at issue is Street E, and it's a very short section of Street E. You can see, I think it's about 118 feet. Involves just, I think there's 4 townhouses there. You can see that we have a turnaround section. I'm sorry, you guys can't see what I'm pointing at. It's this location here. I'm sorry. This location here, and it's a very short section. You can see up here, there's a parking area that connects to this roadway. And also, and this is something that I didn't point out in my overview, we have, and this is not your ordinance, but this is the Poncia ordinance, we have an access, emergency access way behind all the buildings. So we have an emergency access that goes behind these buildings and over here, and then it goes up to this stub.
It goes straight into that, right?
Yes, into that stub. So frankly, if you think of a cul-de-sac, that has one entranceway, this has two. So it's more access than you would have from a cul-de-sac.
And this is,
What kind
and
of
this is
material
passed
is
by the
that?
fire department.
That's right, fire marshal had no issue because we're providing fire hoses.
What's the material used for that?
I'm sorry?
What's the material being used for the road?
The access, it's going to be, frankly, I don't know, it's underneath the grass, and it's grass over top. So
Well, Len, can you come up and explain that?
There's different products you can utilize, but there are pavers that are set into the grass that are specifically designed to support fire vehicles, fire trucks. And that's exactly what we've provided all around every building. And Mr. Maloney is correct. I'll share with you that over the last more than 15, but less than 20 years, either as partner, principal, or my own firm, I've developed over 5,000 apartments. And I've always ensured, regardless of what the codes were, that you could completely encircle any of the buildings to ensure fire vehicles could get at any point. And that's what we did long before our submission.
So that's 20 foot of pavers, is that correct? Wide?
Whatever is required for the fire emergency vehicles.
Okay.
For the cul-de-sac, well, you mentioned a stub, like a turnaround point. Those look like parking spots on the plan that I have.
They are parking spots with drive aisles that go out to that access.
No, not that. Right just below it, that little nub
Oh, that?
sticking out on the side.
Yeah, that
Is
does
that what
not
you were
con-
talking about, or were you
No,
talking
no,
about
no, I'm sorry, I was
Okay.
talking about this
Okay,
parking
that's
field
fine.
here.
Um,
Sorry if I was off
No,
my point.
that's okay, that's okay. Ron, what's the purpose of the cul-de-sac in the code? Is it for emergency vehicles, or is it for residential turnaround? The whole intention is for emergency vehicles?
That's for basketball courts. That's for the kids.
Okay, so not having it, while I recognize we have this access for emergency vehicles, and that's fantastic. What about for something like delivery trucks and all of that?
Well, I wanted to make sure the fire marshal approved it.
Yeah, he did it, but
Okay.
he's saying there's a parking lot too that people could, and with no,
just
they're
park
private
in there.
residents there, so there wouldn't be
Yeah.
that many deliveries. It's not a business.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the one where, what's the next waiver?
Next is a highly technical issue that I can't really speak to. It's the slopes outside of your basins, and I'm not sure which basins are involved.
Okay, do you have somebody that can speak to it?
There are certain areas where the slopes we're asking for are 3-to-1 and not 4-to-1. And in doing so, with regards to what we would address with regards to that slope, it really had to do with maintenance, cutting the lawn. And there's an alternate vegetation that I believe both T&M, Ron, and we have used in the past to ensure that you can properly maintain a slope that's a little steeper.
So what, is that what this meadow mix is?
Yes.
Okay, do you agree with that?
Yes, it's not requiring mowing, any equipment doesn't have to be on the side, so.
Okay.
And
All right,
Now,
that seems like
so-
a small thing.
I guess, Ron, your original letter had noted that there's areas which are 2.5-to-1 or 2-to-1. So those are all going to be revised to be 3-to-1?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And for those of you that are keeping score, the cul-de-sac waiver was item D45 on the T&M review letter, and the
Cul-de-sac is D45.
slope, the basin slope issue is T&M D47.
Okay, the next one?
Next
So what
one
was the
is,
fire, I'm sorry, I missed it. Thanks, Joe. The fire trucks and that,
D45.
and then the next
Slope
one?
is D47.
The maintenance is 47, thank you. Got it.
next two waiver requests deal with curbs and sidewalks, and both on Bristol Pike, we are what we call a boundary, have boundary streets of Bristol Pike, which of course we access, and Langstroth, which we really don't access. We're requesting a waiver for curbs on Bristol Pike and curbs and sidewalks on Langstroth, and a request for a waiver of the fee in lieu of. We are providing all of our roadways, sidewalks, interior, and as Len has mentioned, all of those are going to be privately owned and privately maintained. So the taxpayers of Bensalem aren't going to have to spend a dime.
What waiver are you asking for along Bristol Pike?
Bristol Pike curbs. I mentioned sidewalks before. We heard a lot of the comments at the Planning Commission level. We heard Mr. Worsta say that he would like to see sidewalks there. Mr. Poncia heard somebody say safety, and that alerted him. He's willing to commit to, on his property, not on the PennDOT right away, but on his property, to put in a sidewalk along Bristol Pike.
That's actually great. I didn't think it could be done, because that's what a lot of the community people have, I'm sorry.
No.
A
And
lot
I'm
of the
sorry
community
if
people, that's one of their points was,
back here.
want to eventually have, it's safe for someone to walk down there and get to.
And if I may, when we met with planning, we weren't certain what could be achieved or not, but according to our team members, it is feasible to construct, engineering and design the sidewalk, so we will do that.
And just to clarify, because you're putting it on your property, we don't have to wait and say if it's okay with PennDOT.
PennDOT always has jurisdiction along the property frontage, but we believe that we're putting it on our property, they won't have, I believe they will not have the ability to tell us that we cannot do that. So you are right.
Okay.
By doing that, then we've circumvented a PennDOT approval, so we're hopeful that.
Because I thought going in from reading this that the best case scenario for the residents that wanted that, and and it doesn't hurt for sure, was that we would say, okay, as long as PennDOT lets you, but you're saying that you're going to do it.
By
so
doing it this way, we can
it's going to
circumvent
get
that.
done.
Correct.
So that will be added to the plan as it is not shown on the plan submitted to us.
That is correct.
Now, is that just sidewalks or is that curbs and sidewalks?
No, sidewalks only. Remember, the elevation is
asking for a
different too.
waiver.
so-
He's asking for a waiver on curbs.
What's the elevation difference between the roadway and?
I'd have to provide that to you out of the meeting, but suffice it to say,
It's a
the curbs aren't necessary, how we're aligning the sidewalks.
It comes
It's
down.
pretty steep, yeah.
Yeah, it is.
It's like a hill.
Thank you.
And then plus, PennDOT, if PennDOT felt that they needed curbs, they would tell them they need curbs. but,
Right.
I don't think they're going to.
And I believe the other, it wasn't just Bristol Pike, it was along Langstroth.
And on Langstroth
So
as
where-
well, and that's there.
Okay.
This is considered a boundary street because we do have a boundary on Langstroth. But as I pointed out earlier, and there's really nice houses on Langstroth. It's a beautiful neighborhood.
They're older houses.
Yeah, neat old Victorian houses. And we're putting this.
I think that was Mother Catherine's sister's last name.
Okay, it was her mother's
No.
maiden name.
Our mother's maiden name. Okay, I knew it had something to do with it. Thank you.
All right, so you're asking for a partial waiver of the sidewalks on Bristol Pike, and you're asking for a waiver of curbs on Bristol, and you're asking for a waiver of curbs and sidewalks on Langstroth, and you will pay.
No, not a partial. No partial on sidewalks. He's going to put sidewalks along
Put
Bristol Pike.
sidewalks in.
But he wants a
Bristol-
waiver on curbs along Bristol Pike.
On Bristol Pike.
I thought I said that, I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Did
no,
I
you
said it
didn't.
wrong then?
You said it wrong, yeah.
All right, did I want to say that a partial waiver
Because of the curbs.
and you're going of just of curbs on Bristol Pike
Yes.
and Langstroth, you're going to ask for a waiver for curbs and sidewalks, and you will pay in lieu of.
We would request not to pay fee
I thought you were
in lieu of
going there, but that's why I put it that way.
because of the fact that all of our infrastructure, all of our internal roadways we're absorbing all the cost of that, of maintaining it
Okay,
from now on.
We understand what you asked for, but what,
There's
if
a
you have to pay-
purpose to the fee,
Right.
so
Yeah,
that
if
if
the
we have to
fee
put it
is-
in later on.
because if we need it for later for somewhere else, it contributes to help maybe continue down Bristol Pike later, maybe along Unionville Road like we talked about or whatever.
Yeah.
But, and Mr. Kisselback seems insistent on this, that we get in lieu of curbs and sidewalks along Langford. So that's going to be part of a motion if a motion's made, so you can
That's-
ask for the waiver, but that's,
We're certainly asking for a waiver.
Okay.
And we are giving you a waiver. We're giving you the waiver
We're
for
giving
the
you a waiver, but you're gonna
sidewalks
pay for
on
it.
Bristol Pike, so we're working together on that one.
okay.
You'd have to put sidewalks anyway. You're putting sidewalks around all over the place.
I'm very reluctant to spend Mr. Poncia's money.
Okay,
Thank
well,
you.
okay.
He's got to pay his lawyer fees, I understand
Yeah, he's
that.
got it.
And those,
He needs indulgences to get into heaven.
Sidewalks on Bristol Pike.
There will be
There will be
sidewalks.
sidewalks.
He's not waiving, he's waiving curbs.
I understand.
Okay, you said it, you didn't say it. That's
Well,
okay.
I'm
They're
thinking in terms of...
revising their request.
I'm thinking in terms
Yes.
of the fees. in
Yeah,
payment.
there's no
Right.
fee because he's putting them in.
those two.
Some people argue that it's cheaper to put them in than pay the fee, actually.
Those
I
two
couldn't argue
items
either.
in T&M's letter, the curb issue was D60, and the sidewalk issue is D61.
Okay, that's a real positive, at least for me. That was one of my reluctancies, was that we have sidewalks along there, so people who from Station Avenue, from Cornwall Fire Company, from people who live along Station Avenue, be able to walk down. If there's access to walk-in, now people can walk down and then walk your sidewalks that they're allowed to use in, and walking facilities inside, or go visit the chapel. They have a sidewalk to get.
What's that D what?
I'm sorry?
What was the subdivision number D?
The
60 and
sidewalk issue was
60.
D61.
Thank you.
Curbs was D60. Next item is lighting, and this is item D65. Your ordinance has a standard 1-foot candle requirement for all lighting. There's a standard from the Illuminating Engineering Society of North America that has a different standard. We're proposing to comply with that standard, and Mr. Gans, I believe, is okay with that. There were a couple of areas where he pointed out that he wanted additional lighting. They are set forth in our response letter, and
And you agree to comply with his request for
yes.
additional lighting?
Yep.
And you're okay with that? Yeah. Okay. Okay,
And finally, the last waiver request involves 4-foot planting strips between the curb and the sidewalk. We're proposing 3 feet, but only along the townhouse areas. All the rest of them, we're putting in 4-foot
is that okay?
planting
Mr.
strip
Gantz?
between the
That's
curb and
something that's
sidewalk.
normal? That's acceptable, okay.
And that's item D62.
Okay, so then all the other items will comply?
Yes.
Okay.
What was the,
D62, did
no,
you
what was
say?
the other one before that, the foot candles?
That was D.
1.08 instead of 1.0.
But they are adding additional lights as we requested.
Additional lights requested.
Yeah.
What number is that? Can you label them?
This last one, the planting strip is D62.
But what was the lights?
Oh,
lighting one.
the lighting is
65, right?
D65.
Okay, I understand. And Ron, again, they're not depleting the 1-foot candles, they're adding it to a certain area. That's correct?
Right, they're adding more
Okay, I
actual...
understand the difference and why it's there, okay.
Mr. Gantz.
That's good. Good.
Just a question. So, I mean, I know we went over the 13 items, but just to recognize the fact that there was 150 items, is that correct? As far as waivers and comments that were noted?
Our report was 26 pages long.
And my question
Well,
is that
being
typical part of a final land development? I mean, I guess I could understand it being preliminary, but is it typical to see that many? And let me just note a few of them. Discrepancies between the plan schedule and plan view. There were actually 12 different discrepancies.
They're all drafting.
Okay, none of the handicap parking met the minimum required dimensions of 12 feet by 18 feet. There were several locations where proposed parking is not set back 15 feet. Storm sewer profiles are mislabeled 5 times. Proposed grading encroaches beyond site boundary. Deed shows property as different acreage. 10 deficiencies related to buffer yard and planting strips.
But what you're reading is all taken care of.
I recognize
And
that.
what you're saying
So my
in the
question,
answer-
It has not been
hold on.
taken care of.
Well,
So is that typical of a final land development versus looking at this preliminary and then having them correct these items and coming back for final land
Yeah, but
development?
they have to be corrected anyway.
I recognize, but
But this isn't a typical development. How many times do we have a 40
let Ron
acre?
answer this. Is this typical to have this number of waivers part of both preliminary and final land development?
There's 13 waivers.
There's
Such a
150
large
items.
development, It's very difficult to say if it's typical, because we don't have typical developments of this size.
Right, thank
Now,
you.
there's 2 ways you can do it. You can grant a preliminary and a final, if you so desire, conditioned upon all the will complies. And we'll have to see new plans before they can move forward.
They still have to do it.
But why would we then waive, the biggest waiver in here is the fact that they're asking us to do both preliminary and final this evening, versus normally, we would have a developer come in here, give us a preliminary with all of these waivers, come back, give us a final plan, and then they come
But
back
it
in
ends
front
up
of
being the
us.
same thing, though.
What?
It ends up being the same thing.
I-
Because if he wants a preliminary and final, then
Well, it
the
gives us
engine.
another bite of the apple
Yeah, but-
to ensure
no, but-
compliance.
Right.
Yeah, but
You're getting
we're
that
ensured
compliance.
compliance through our engineering and administration. And you'll be able to
we're
see that,
delegating.
you'll be able to see that it was done. It just delays things for no reason.
Mr. Knowles, I can keep going. Number of items requesting clarification,
we know
specifically for
we
the max
know
density
73.
overall
It
check.
doesn't
You can
matter.
grant
It's
waivers, you don't need to
complying to all
grant any more
this.
about it. We understand.
They are
Okay.
complying to everything
We're
that's
applying
put
for
there.
everything.
They're asking for
understand.
13
And
waivers.
if it's a final, you can vote against it, okay?
I understand that.
It seems like you're gonna vote against it no matter what he does, so it doesn't matter. So just vote against it then, okay? If you're
If
against
there
the
were
final.
300 issues there and they were complying to them, they're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. They're asking for 13 waivers. Plus, this is moving along, as you are noting, it's in an expedient manner. And normally, this would have gone through a longer process, I think, and these would have been resolved before we would even see them, before they would even come to our desk.
Well, that's kind of the point, isn't it?
Right.
I know, but the thing,
That
they're
the
little
developer
clerical
and their
things that have to be
engineering
correct.
staff would take the time to do their due diligence.
Right.
Rather than trying to expedite this.
Well, they're gonna get done. So if you don't think it should be a final, we got your point, then you cannot do a final then. Don't make a motion for a final then, okay?
And
All
that's
right?
not the point, Joe. The point is that, again,
It's gonna get done.
if there were 300 items on there and they were complied to, they're being complied to. They're asking for 13 waivers, not saying we're going to give them all the waivers, but they're asking out of those, they did their due diligence.
They answered all.
Because they requested that, and they answered all the questions in here as to what they're going to do. So it's being done.
They provided a detailed answer to every one and what they were gonna do, and they're agreeing to make that part of the record, and our engineers are gonna make sure it's done, and it'll be confirmed with us that it was done.
Will they
If
comply
I
with
could-
us if we're doing a final land development? Will it come back in front of us?
No.
Okay.
It-
They
but it's
will
part
come
of the-
back in the form of a record plan.
Record
And
plan.
That'll be
prior
signed.
to giving you the record plan, you'll receive a letter from us stating that they have in fact complied with everything. If not, we will tell you that.
Right.
Okay, so so the rest of them replied. So is there anything else you would like to present, or?
No, the fire marshal sent a review letter. That's a will comply.
Okay.
We have a traffic report. That's a will comply. There's a couple of issues that we're working with your traffic engineer on, minor issues as far as like signage for some of our parking lots, but we're going to satisfy your traffic engineer on every item in the traffic engineer's report.
Were those reports provided to us?
I think so.
The TBD.
Yeah, I read it, I think I read it.
To back up real quick, the fire department review letter required a formal response. Have you formally responded to the fire marshal to address those comments?
We've not responded formally, but we have provided a response to the township engineer that we will comply with every requirement of the fire marshal.
Will any of the compliance with those comments require significant redesign?
No.
No.
No, okay.
Okay,
There's a traffic safety unit review, and this goes back to that intersection of Road D and Bristol Pike, and I know this came up a lot the other night at the planning commission meeting. You know, a lot of concern for putting in a traffic signal there.
On Kings Avenue?
Yeah, right
Yeah.
at that intersection.
Yep.
And I want to bring that up because it was such a hot topic at the planning commission meeting, and I want to hear again from Mr. Worsta, if you wouldn't mind chiming in on what the possibilities are for that intersection.
Okay.
Mr. Worsta, do you mind? Thank you, appreciate it.
I'll probably talk about more things while I'm up here, but, you know, the King, oh yeah, Phil Worsta, Township Traffic Engineer. At the Planning Commission the other night, we did speak about a bunch of things here that were generally related to the improvements along Bristol Pike and Humeville Road. One of the issues was the potential crossing of pedestrians at the intersection of Kings and I'll call it the northern or eastern driveway. And one of the concerns that we had was that traffic would back up from Humeville Road and potentially go through that intersection, which is also a concern of PennDOT's as well. So the issue came up of a traffic light to possibly address that pedestrian safety issue as well as provide more access. The problem is that the amount of traffic that comes out of Kings, it just will not meet the warrants for a traffic signal. So with regard to that, we'd have, if we put one there, we could put one at every location on Bristol Pike because the traffic is just not, it's just not enough traffic. So our solution to those types of things is doing what we asked the applicant to do, was provide sidewalk along the Bristol Pike frontage. As you may recall, we embarked on a beautification project along Bristol Pike, where we have most of it down in Andalusia right now, but we have some near the prep and so forth, which provides sidewalk and lighting for safe access along Bristol Pike. So we ask the same of every developer. When they come in, indiscriminate of what the development is, your frontage really should be widened to provide sidewalks and lighting to fit in with the rest of the pike and allow safe movement of pedestrians. So what we want to have happen here is certain areas on the pike are not really suitable to just provide crossings. Kids are going to cross wherever they want anyway, but we want people to cross basically at traffic signals. Like at Holy Ghost Prep, we've had to work with them regarding how their kids are crossing the street at the traffic signals and platooning traffic and so forth. Same thing at Humeville Road. Humeville Road, it's going to be a real nice improvement. They're realigning Humeville Road, and it's going to be a full pedestrian access movement locations there with pedestrian signals and so forth. So our goal is really to have people get across the street or walk down the street on the Drexel side of the street and then cross by pushing a push button at Humeville Road to get over to St. Charles, et cetera, and do that, rather than walk across the street at Kings, where it may be more difficult. So we're not going to be able to get a light there from PennDOT as it warrants right now, and the traffic that the development's generating is not enough to warrant a light as well at that location. So that's kind of it, long-winded way of
Now,
saying.
did you say, so I heard correctly, so people could walk down the sidewalk, and where they cross, there's going to be like a walk, like a picture of a walk person to be able to walk the cross at the light?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So we want to make sure that that frontage sidewalk ties into that.
Like you see more in the city, like a picture of a person.
Yeah, and we have them in all over our
Yeah.
community too here. So it's nothing new to us, and it's going to be part of our new adaptive signal system that's going in along Bristol Pike as well. So we have traffic pretty well covered with regard to its impact associated with this site, and so forth. We are looking for a couple things that are basic amenities, like that sidewalk issue. I know Mr. Ponce said he put it on his property. Well, I don't know if that's the best spot for it. PennDOT will have no problem with us. PennDOT abdicates planning to the municipality. So the traffic signal we're owning, the sidewalk the applicant's going to own, no matter whether it's in PennDOT's right-of-way or on his own right-of-way. So wherever it fits best to get the usage that we need on Bristol Pike, that's where it should be.
Well, I think he would agree to that, but I like the idea that we don't leave it up in the air, that people think, oh, they're saying if it's okay with PennDOT, and then PennDOT's going to say no, and then we have no sidewalk. So this way, if PennDOT lets him put a sidewalk on PennDOT's property, then he can put the sidewalk there, and if they don't, he can put it on his property.
Well, we're going to make
Either
sure
way.
we're going to make sure it goes in the right spot, and
Right,
PennDOT's
exactly.
not going to be an issue. Our first comment is about the highway occupancy permit, and
I'm just glad we're getting a sidewalk, no matter what PennDOT
absolutely,
says.
and we're saying, basically, they said we'll comply. We always try to get in there subject to the satisfaction of the township traffic engineer to make sure that everything's doing it the way we want, because again, we're going to be responsible for connecting all these sidewalks in the future as the next development goes and so forth. But any sidewalk we can get on the pike is good. And to get it here is a big chunk that we could just get people out of the way and over to a traffic
Yeah, it's
signal to be able
great,
to
yeah.
cross the street.
With respect to that intersection, is it possible or is it worth considering a right-in, right-out only?
Well, we could always make that a right-in, right-out only if we have a police issue or we have accidents or it becomes dangerous, we could ask PennDOT to restrict that driveway. And
is
so I
something
don't.
by design we would want to consider, like
Well-
maybe like with the pork chop curbing
Well,
in there?
if-
I'm just asking
well,
for
No,
traffic.
we'll coordinate that with PennDOT to see what the best thing is. I hate to artificially restrict
Yeah.
without it, because we could always go back into it.
Okay.
So if we get, if a few people want to make a left out of there, or if someone wants to come across the street and it's in the middle of the night or whatever, you know, you want to be able to do that sort of thing. So we don't like to restrict things until we certainly see if
In
there's a need.
reference to that, it doesn't work anywhere. They're making left-hand turns into Coles on Street Road. They're making left-hand turns into Burger King on Street Road. People don't care. If they want to make the turn,
I
they're going to
agree.
make the turn, and that doesn't make it safe. It's safer to have a full driveway to come in and out of, because people aren't going to follow it anyway. We want to do whatever's the safest for the people.
The people that don't want to follow it, fine, but it's a deterrent for the rest of them.
Well,
They-
to that point, though, the traffic signal at their other driveway is going to be a draw for the community to be able to use that and make the left. The only way you're going to come out there is if you're living in the townhomes and you find out that, oh, it's easier to make that left out. But otherwise, you're going to make the left go through the development and come out at the light at Humeville.
Well, and that's why I wonder, is it worth trying to make that a right in, right out only?
Well,
For that very
again,
reason.
I think it's going to be self-policing on its own. You know, people are just not going to use it if it's too hard to make a left there. A couple other things associated with that. I would just, you know, we do expect some sort of a backup from Humeville Road, at least at certain times of the day. We were worried about cut-through traffic on the main roads, and some of it might happen. So we're recommending, and we have this in our letter as well, some traffic calming perhaps through the development. Maybe at the crosswalk locations, make those raised crosswalks, nicer raised crosswalks to be able to slow people down going through there. And we're also, we're working with the applicant with regard to some parking lot signing, because some of the roads empty into parking lots, and they've agreed to work with us on that. And
Raised crosswalks, you mean like speed humps?
they're kind of like speed humps. They're more like plateaus
Sure,
to be
yeah.
able to cross, yeah.
But
Then that I've brought up numerous times on this board that I continually get shot down on. I know, it's different because it's a private.
Well, that's
private,
it's not
and
township.
if something-
I understand why.
No, and another example is that we're going to bring up with the applicant too. I mean, that main road through the townhouse development, that's a straight road. And, you know, I mean, maybe we're not all going to drive, we'll all drive 15 miles an hour through there. But when you have straight roads like that, you really got to think about whether you can do some sort of traffic calming or something to keep people to slow down, because you could rip down that driveway, and that's a long stretch. So if we can fit something in, they're generally not costly when you're building it at the beginning. Maybe some, again, raised crosswalks, some mild speed tables or something like that to be able to at least notice, so people notice it when they go down there. Nothing real fancy.
There's a pretty big straightaway right now that's been there, but.
Yeah, I mean, we try not to.
What's the speed limit there?
It's private road, so that there won't really be much of a speed limit, but.
Well, they can put postings up for speed limit.
Well, they
25
can,
miles,
but.
15 miles.
But if you put a
Township
posting up, people are going to drive as fast as they can they feel comfortable with. I mean, no matter what we post the speed limit at. So, we're just trying to recommend that if they could fit that into,
Okay.
And I think that's about all I got, but that was the main issue there. Oh, and PennDOT, they issued a letter today, a significant letter that they're going to have to address many of comments, and one of them has to do with that right turning radius that we just talked about and the waiver for that. So I do think that should be left in PennDOT's hands, but it looks like they're going to want a larger right turning radius as well. It's one of their main comments, coming into the site to allow for truck turns in there.
Well, it's going to be part of it that he's going to have to comply with any request by PennDOT.
Right. But that is an issue that they brought up, we brought up, and we're all working together, so. But,
Okay.
and to that end, Mr. Knowles, I want to point out that we often do this with regard to conditions of approval and make sure that they're done similar to what Ron is going to do. We do the same thing on the traffic end before it comes back to you for any sign-off. So.
Okay.
Now, to that end, there were a couple of analyses that you requested, synchro analysis, crash analysis.
Oh, it's just paperwork mumbo jumbo,
Okay,
sadly. I mean, that's part of our business.
understood.
Yeah,
Okay,
Part of your lingo, right?
part of our lingo, right.
Okay, thank you.
thank you, Mr.
You're welcome.
Okay, is there anything else you would like to?
No, I think there's obviously members of the public that want to
I have
speak to
a
the
few more
application.
questions, if that's
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, there's
fine.
more questions, yeah.
With respect to the cemetery, what is the plan for ownership of the cemetery? Because my indication of the plans seem to suggest that you would not be owning that.
I'd have to double check, but my recollection is although we will be owning the cemetery, that there will be an arrangement between us and the sisters for perpetual maintenance of the cemetery. And also that all sisters of the Blessed Sacrament will be able to be interned there.
Of course.
So the rest of the sisters that are living at the time of their deceased, they'll also be able to be buried on the property.
That's correct.
Okay.
Property.
And you will
In
be
the cemetery.
basically in the business of maintaining a cemetery?
That's correct.
I think that's a requirement under some
Okay.
cemetery
No,
laws.
yeah, and I thought I had seen somewhere that you didn't intend to own that lot, but maybe I'm wrong. I may have more, but I'm gonna open up to public comment.
Should we take a break?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, if the audience doesn't mind, we're just going to take a 5-minute break, and then we're going to have public comment, okay, which we have a lot of people here, so I don't want to, get it where it's extended. Take a 5-minute break to get a drink of water, and then we'll come back in 5 minutes and make it available, public comment for whether you're speaking for or against the development. Go ahead, sir.
George Groves, 1072 Colonial Avenue, Andalusia, Pennsylvania. Just a couple of comments, fellas and ladies. Good evening. I must preface my words tonight by saying how much I enjoyed St. Catherine's over the years. Me and my wife have ridden our tandem bike through there numerous times, talked to the nuns, talked to the groundskeepers. It's a beautiful place. And even in the end, when it was closing, we were lucky enough to get in there at the very end and get to see the beauty of the inside of it. So all my comments have nothing to do with the folks that were there. We think they had a wonderful mission, and they still do. But there are some concerns I've had, and I'd like to bring them up. I feel like I'm at the Alamo, only the opposition has God on their side too. So I'm a little behind here, but we're going to give it our best go. I come before you tonight to protest the density of this project. Most of the projects is agreeable, except for the 260 active adult apartments at the rear of the property. That word active adult is the key to my opposition. Active adults do drive cars and have jobs to go to, which means more traffic. As has been stated by Mr. Ponzia, there is nothing to stop people under 55 to rent these units. It's only implied. Now, I don't know if that's changed.
That's not correct.
That's not correct.
The townhouses, that's correct.
Yeah,
Yeah, the townhouses?
Yeah, it's 55 restricted, 55 and older residential.
But it is
the
restricted,
apartments.
because in the
Restricted.
initial one that I went to, it was implied.
No, that was the
So it is-
townhouses. That was
The
the
apartments are
townhouses.
all age restricted.
They are age
55
restricted.
and
That will be
over.
deed-
The townhomes are not age
I understand that.
Yeah,
But
he-
in the initial thing, when we met with them very beginning, that was implied.
I
But
think
now
the-
it's a
I think the
restriction.
confusion was, he said the townhouses were age encouraged or implied, and there's
Okay.
no really status like that, so we have to
Okay.
say that could be younger
Okay.
people, but he thinks that older people are gonna still buy those, or
Okay.
adults. But the
Gotcha.
55 and older, not only is it 55 and older, but we added it into the zoning that it has to be deeded forever like that.
Okay,
It
great.
can't be changed for eternity, longer
Okay.
than
Okay,
I'm
thank
around
you.
anyway.
That clears
Okay,
up
so
some of my
that'll be
problem.
55 and older.
I gather that the apartments and the other facilities are what's going to keep the mother house in perpetuity, as Mr. Ponzio used the word. In other words, their money is going to keep that
Help,
going?
yeah.
Okay, that's good.
That's $1 million a year plus
I
to
can
maintain those
imagine.
buildings.
Yeah, it's quite a building. The only problem I really have then, to narrow it down, is the traffic. I mean, the traffic is my worry. I watched the council meeting on November 12th, and saw the scrutiny that was given to a mere 4-home development, and I hope council will be as diligent scrutinizing this project. Mr. Knowles, at a previous meeting on the Armstrong proposal, you were adamant about how the traffic on Humeville Road will impact your ride home. I ask you, what do you think a project this huge will have on my life trying to access Bristol Pike from Colonial Avenue?
Can I answer that?
Sure.
I mean, if you want me to, I will.
No, it's
I'll
fine.
give you, and it's
In fact,
my-
you're in here. You're next.
Okay, I'm next.
I can answer it too.
I'm in your,
And you, Mr. Kisselback, living right across the
I'm
street
in
with
your
your
seats.
business.
Well, I
You
can-
see this all the time, so I was wondering, what do you think the traffic will be in that? You know how the
based
traffic
on
is.
any other project that could go in there, including a nonprofit such as a school or a college or something like that, this is one of the least trafficked projects that would be available for that size property. Especially
that's if
with
we
the
did-
active, especially, the only time, you get the major problem, if they're doing a traffic study or impact study, the PM peak hour, AM peak hour study it would be, and they would do and they are going to do a study on that. The 260 units, the active adult, is apartments, as you know. It's age restricted, so there's certainly less activity. There's no children in there, so it's not like you have a family with kids, four cars or whatever the case may be, maybe 1 or 2 cars for the adults who would be there. With the continuing care, that's very, very little movement traffic-wise, and that's the balance of the project. And the only consideration, major consideration, is the 90 townhouses. That would be the norm, which would be 3, maybe 4 cars. But for that, even though it's a large project, when you think of 605 or 653 units, it really doesn't translate the same as if it were 653 townhouses or 653 non-restricted apartments or anything like that. So it's based on the consideration with everything, with maintaining the mother house, the chapel, and the property, the cemetery, maintaining the integrity of Mother Catherine Drexel for in perpetuity, and for the amount of traffic. That probably is one of the best, if not the best, projects that could be offered to Bensalem.
I understand what you're saying, I really do, and I appreciate it, but I think of all the places that are empty around here, I don't know for sure if somebody of that caliber was going to move in there. I mean, I don't see anybody in Holy Family anymore, and we have, the Neshaminy Mall is losing people, so I don't know if there's that many projects
There were
that really want it.
300 bidders for that property, for
Yeah.
different type projects. And this particular project was, out of 300 developers, was picked out with extensive interviews and such, because his dedication actually to the Catholic Church, but to the Mother Catherine Shrine, and how he was going to maintain the structure for forever.
So you felt this one would have the least impact on the ones?
Well, we didn't make the decision.
No, but yeah, I know, but you're referring to the fact that you think, or you've seen or heard of, that there was ones that would impact us worse?
Yes, there would be.
Okay,
Yes.
that's all I wanted to know.
And not only that, as somebody else coming in wouldn't have to keep the mother house and the other thing because they're not on the National Registry. Mr. Ponzi is keeping that for
And I do
the
appreciate that. I don't want you
township,
to think I don't, because I love history, and that place is just loaded with history. I mean,
We were the
it's
same way.
beautiful.
Mr. Groves, that's without changing the zoning. If it was
understand
if it was
that.
zoned
I
institutional, and an institution came in who wasn't paying taxes, they could put a hospital, a school, a daycare, multiple things in there that we would have no control over the traffic or what would be in there. But I understand your point. I understand
Yeah,
I understand your frustration with traffic too.
It's really traffic.
I
The other day,
understand.
getting out of my street when
I grew up
2
in Andalusia,
o'clock.
so I know.
I mean, it's 22 years we've lived there, and we came from Philly, and you know, I like the atmosphere here, and I didn't want it to change. And the traffic is considerable. You know that coming up. If you come up from Colonial Avenue heading up towards the Woodhaven, it's significant. Now, not all the time, but most of the time it can be bad. And you picture me, I'm envisioning 260. And I remember when I first moved up here, Mr. Safran, who was one of the members of council, I remember a moratorium on apartments, if you remember. There was a moratorium for quite some time. God bless you. And, but now it seems like if you say 55, it sort of like slows down the resistance to the apartments. But, you know, you've explained the situation here, and I appreciate that.
I've been here almost as long as Mr. Zaffron and continue to be on council for 23 years. This is my 24th year. I don't ever recall being a moratorium on apartments. Don't ever recall.
We talked about it,
did
about
you?
it, but we never did it.
Right.
You never officially did?
We
Okay.
talked about doing it for building 2. but-
Oh, okay.
And it was just something that legally would be a problem for us.
Oh,
Apartments, we said no
maxed.
to for more kids.
Right.
I mean-
I know, that was so the school system wouldn't have to
The
suffer.
apartments that we have right now, they pay enough taxes to educate 346 kids. That's more, one apartment complex puts more kids in the system than that. What we need to do is find out a better way to tax the people that are putting the burden on the school district and on the residents that own houses in this township, because we're funding it and the other commercial properties because they're not. So that's something numbers people don't normally hear, but that's why apartments are off limits. But here we have no children going to the school, and it'll also work together with the memory care unit. People who live in that 55 and older, if they have issues, or may go there in the future, may live there and then move over to the memory care unit once they're
assisted
ready
living,
for
not
that.
to go right to memory care. You
Right,
could-
assisted living or one of the other uses.
We do agree that there's a lot of apartments in Andalusia.
Yeah, and
right?
this is
Correct?
55
I mean, there's
this
over
is-
500
Yes.
some apartment
This is
units.
55, these are high-end 55 and older for
Right.
seniors. And I think, Mr. Groves, the idea is, okay, is say someone sells their house, whether it's in Bensalem or not, and just to use a round figure, you got $300,000 for your house. Well, instead of giving that money to Ann's Choice or a similar place like that, and then hoping you live to get your money back a little bit, you can go into this 55 and older apartment, keep that money for your children or your own self on the side and just pay rent. And then when you actually need assisted living, then you could go into assisted.
Yeah, I remember
Or if you
that
don't
was
like it,
brought
you
up.
can leave.
I
And
remember
then
that
take
was
take
brought up.
your nest egg with you, I think that's.
My
it.
other issue is in Andalusia, we just have 2 pocket parks, okay? There's not a whole lot. So you have to go to Easy Field if you want to play sports. And to come from Clothing Island to Easy Field is a journey if your parents aren't driving it. Now, I see now from what was said tonight that this might be alleviated to a certain degree by crossing over, coming up the west, there will be the east side of Bristol Pike, and then crossing over, the kids could get to Easy Field. So that was addressed tonight. So the big thing about that, I'm afraid I lost my thunder. But I still am worried about the fact that we have so many apartments in Andalusia. And the last thing, I would be remiss, as Thanksgiving is Thursday, that I am extremely thankful because of my 22 years as a resident. My streets have been plowed every snowstorm. They've been salted. And I lived in Philly for 49 years, except for my stint in the Navy. And none of my streets were ever plowed that I lived on. So in that case, we do love Bensalem, and I wish you the best with your decision tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your service.
Yeah, another good Navy guy there, sir.
We need to look out for each other.
Dr. Stephanie Morris, 2290 Galloway Road, Bensalem. I am the former Director of Archives of the Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament. I'm also an associate of the Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament, which means associates are lay people who share the vision, charism, and mission of Catherine Drexel and the Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament. We act on this vision as best we can within our own living lifestyles. Mr. Mahoney mentioned that Mother Catherine Drexel was interested in social justice. In 1891, the Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament and Mother Catherine Drexel enacted a broader national plan for the care of the African Americans and Native Americans than the Catholic Church had in place. In 1888, the Catholic bishops in the United States adopted a program where each bishop was responsible for the African Americans and Native Americans in his diocese. So there was no overriding control of what was going on. So Mother Catherine did more for the African Americans and the Native Americans than the Catholic Church did. And her donations to the Bureau of Catholic Indian Missions equaled what was collected in the once-a-year collection across the country. So she basically sponsored them. And of the 300 bids, as we heard, Aquinas Realtors was the only one to respect the historicity of the buildings that are on the National Register of Historic Sites, the same buildings memorialized by a state historical marker, and one of the buildings that is featured on the shoulder patch of the Bensalem Police Department. And so I would encourage the continued preservation of those buildings. Traffic is going to be traffic, but as Mr. Kisselback said, this is probably the least dense traffic patterns, usage patterns that could be done in such a precious piece of property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Father Philip Forlano, 1731 Holmville Road, Bensalem. I'm the pastor of St. Charles Borromeo Parish, which is property bordering the property in question here. I'd just like to speak a little bit about the pastoral care of this community, which has been entrusted to my care as the pastor of St. Charles Borromeo. And from what I can observe and have understood, I believe that this development is going to be very beneficial for the faithful under my pastoral care. When I was assigned to St. Charles as pastor in June of 2018, I was surprised when handed the binder from the Archbishop about what my responsibilities were, that there were no nursing homes or retirement communities within the parish boundaries of St. Charles Borromeo Parish. And I found this very surprising. Well, I'm not from Bensalem, but I was surprising. My last parish, I was coming from approximately the same size, had 4 nursing homes that we were responsible for as a Catholic community. So what am I suggesting here is that those parishioners who need nursing or skilled care must seek that care far from home at a time when being close to home and family is most important. And also staying close to one's spiritual home as well is also of great concern to the faithful. The development of a continuous care retirement community with a Catholic chapel on premises will serve a great need for our community. When we go out to serve those in nursing homes and communities, we usually do not have a dedicated place to celebrate Mass or to worship or to have a prayer service. We usually have to go to a dining room or a community room or a multi-purpose room to gather the faithful. I have to set up Mass on a dining room table or a folding table. To have a dedicated sacred space with a consecrated altar and a chapel of historical significance to serve the spiritual needs of the sick and the aged speaks to a sensitivity to the pastoral care of residents in this community that is most welcome in this proposal. Also, those who are ambulatory, who live in this development right across the street from St. Charles, will be able to walk to Mass on Sunday or even daily at our parish church right across the street. One of the things that's very attractive to me about this proposal is the redevelopment of that intersection, Holmville Road, with the full pedestrian access to cross from this development over to the church property. Since this proposal for this development has been made public, several of my parishioners have expressed to me a desire to move there in retirement. When I hear this, I believe that this development will only support the long-term stability of the community. There, as the woman who spoke before me has said, and as sisters have spoken before, there has been a strong connection for more than a century between the Sisters of the Most Blessed Sacrament, Mother Catherine Drexel's religious order, and the parish of St. Charles Borromeo, preserving the chapel where St. Catherine Drexel worshiped and where many in our community came to pray, will continue to sustain that bond and nourish the spiritual life of our community. As the pastor of St. Charles Borromeo Parish, I am responsible for the spiritual care of each person who resides in that development there at 1663 Bristol Pike, whether they are in an individual home, an independent living, or skilled care, regardless of their faith. A priest has the title of a curate, which means he has care for the souls of everybody in that community. I am open to that responsibility and look forward to serving this demographic that has contributed much and will contribute much to enriching our parish community. There will also be many opportunities for service and intergenerational learning between the parish school community, which is, again, right across the street, and this proposed community, which will consist of predominantly retired senior citizens. Many seniors are looking for volunteer opportunities to be with the young, and visiting our sick and elderly neighbors is one way that our school and parish families can put our Catholic faith into action. So I envision the spiritual, emotional, and educational enrichment of many in our community with the addition of these new neighbors. So, in summary, for the spiritual good and long-term stability of our local community, both their physical and spiritual care, I offer my opinion in the affirmative and support this application and hope that it is granted by the council.
Thank you, Father.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lindsay Lear, 1708 George Avenue, Bensalem. After hearing Mr. Ponzi's statement earlier saying that the sisters are considering moving back to the site to make that their continuing headquarters, I'm wondering why on October 28th a statement was released by the Bensalem Republicans saying that the Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament are in the final stages of approving their move back to the site. It seems like two separate messages. A month ago, it was mentioned that they were in the final stages, but tonight it seems like they're maybe considering it.
No, I think you're separating two different things, but I could be corrected, okay? The sisters are beyond the final stages, actually, I think, of actually putting their offices at the facility, and it was true a month ago, and it's true tonight, that they're going to put their offices, their administrative offices on the campus.
And the headquarters?
And headquarters, yes.
Okay.
But that's just administrative, that doesn't mean all the sisters. I think what Mr. Ponzi was speaking of, he's saying in the future, since the sisters, they have approximately 44 or 45 sisters who are paying for private assisted living facilities now in the in Northeast Philadelphia, that they also need money for, by the way. They need money by selling this property to take care of sisters who are in nursing care already, that the possibility in the future, he's starting to speak to them about bringing some of the sisters in the future and have them be in assisted living on the campus. That's not done yet, though, but that's something that's his goal and possibly the sisters' goal. So I think you're contributing two different things.
Okay. Yeah, to me, it just seemed that from the statement
Administrative
that I
offices
read.
are going there, and that's
Okay.
what was said before.
Like, definitely.
Definitely,
Okay.
right? Yeah.
When will that be confirmed?
It is confirmed already tonight, right? Aren't the administrative offices staying there?
Yes. The sisters have agreed with us to find a path forward for them to leave the existing building and relocate to the Mission Center. We have to finalize the terms of their staying there, but we are all committed, and the sisters are here tonight as well, to confirm that the president of the Sisters just nodded her head, that we will make this happen.
So the offices will happen. Potentially in the future, sisters could receive nursing care.
Correct.
But that's up to them.
But I want to share with you, it's not just lay people that are part of their administrative and headquarters personnel. It is a combination of some of the sisters' leadership and the lay people. So from our perspective, it's a blessing because their presence will still be on the property.
Okay, is that it? It's good enough? Okay.
thank you.
All right, thank you.
Eileen Keefe, 1318 Rosalie Avenue. I was at the planning meeting on Wednesday night, which was rejected. The planning committee rejected to present this to council. That's my understanding. And what I mentioned at that meeting was that with all this traffic going on to Bristol Pike, and only one traffic signal in place, why can't we access Station Avenue in some spot and have a road going to Station Avenue? I took a walk on the property today, and there are single lots between the border of this property and Station Avenue in many places. So it would be a matter of the township purchasing a property or two, or the builder, and putting in a road so that cars could access and enter this whole development, not just from Bristol Pike, which is already overcrowded. Also, pedestrians and residents could walk to the train station if that was the case. Curbs and sidewalks are not all along the Pike, but it has been mentioned in the past few council meetings and in where they're missing. So this is a huge property where now we are just putting in sidewalks when everyone else on Bristol Pike that has curbs and sidewalks, they're north, the ones that are north of this property have curbs and sidewalks, not just sidewalks. So for the consistency and the uniformity and the beautification of the area, I recommend the developer putting curbs and sidewalks just like they have at Holy Ghost and other properties in the area, so that eventually it'll all be connected and look very nice. Also, I hope that the same type of lamp posts that are in front of Holy Ghost and in Andalusia are also put in front of this property, like spaced the way they are spaced at Woodhaven Mall and south into Andalusia. I saw a paper going around that Humeville Road was going to be, it was a copy of this, but someone had written on the side that Humeville Road would be 3 lanes. Where would that happen? I didn't hear that mentioned.
I think that's just a
I think it's-
turning lane,
yeah.
but I could be wrong. Does someone want to address that, Len?
On Hughesville Road, there's going to be a right turn lane installed.
They're not making all of Unionville Road 3 lanes, but there's a right turning lane, so you don't have to, it's not, now it's just a lane. Now it'll be a right turning. You kind of go off to the right where that abandoned gas station is, but now there'll be a turning lane, so you'll be able to efficiently turn
So
there.
there's going to be a right turn lane to turn right onto Bristol Pike, dedicated right turn.
Oh, okay.
A dedicated right turn lane that you're supposed to use. Now, people go off to the side and stuff now.
Yes, I do that myself. Okay, so just there, you're going to have, it's going to be widened there to be 3 lanes, right at
Yes.
Bristol Pike.
2 lanes and a turn lane.
Okay. No plans to widen the Pike or Station Avenue at this point? I guess not.
The Pike is up to PennDOT, what they want him to do with the Pike, but he's agreed whatever PennDOT wants him to do, he's going to do.
And the raised pedestrians, the raised crosswalks, I think they were, on Humeville, are they going to be on Humeville, or?
They would be on the site, I believe,
Oh, they
on the
would
property.
be on this
Within
property?
the new private roads that they're.
I see.
Well, I think it's two different things, unless I'm mishearing you. I think the crossing's going to be at Bristol Pike, like Father said, you'll be able to cross there. I don't know, but the actual, that's a crossing, okay, with like
Yeah,
pedestrian
like they
crossing.
have a street in
But
Unionville
then he
with
was
the,
talking about within the development, putting the slow down kind of things for ramps. They wouldn't put that on Bristol Pike or Unionville Road.
oh, okay, in the development. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Eileen.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Rosanna Tang, 1118 Daisy Lane. I'm here just try to express my support, my fully support for this project. I'm very excited to see this happen in Bensalem. I know the land for a long time from his father, Mr. Leo Pancia. I know the whole family. I know Kathy, the wife. I know his children. And he's a family-oriented man, and he's honest, humble, very humble. I'm a little person, but he's very respectful, and he's an honest person, and I trust what he say, and he will do it. And I want to be his neighbor later. So, yeah. So I just try to express my support.
Thank you.
I trust him.
Rosanna.
Thank you.
Donna Fleming, 2260 Finley Avenue. I moved to this part of Bensalem about 15 years ago, it'll be. And I grew up pretty much near, like in the Neshaminy Valley area. And with all the farms being developed and everything, the traffic was really bad in that area. When I moved to Cornwalls, the traffic wasn't that bad, but there's been some development. And now when I go to work, I go past Catherine Drexel, and I sit in traffic till I get to the light at Humeville. When I come home from work, I sit in traffic, and I'm looking at Catherine Drexel. How is adding 651 units going to help with that? Also, people cut through now Cornwalls to Finley to Johanna to avoid sitting at Cornwalls waiting, and they can't get through. So my main concern is the traffic, because I'm living there. Study, you said in Kings Avenue, doesn't, say there should be a light, but I live there. So I'm not seeing what this study is unless they're getting an average of like 2 o'clock in the morning, there's no traffic. At 6 o'clock in the morning, there's no traffic. When there's traffic, we sit in traffic in that area now. And my main concern is the additional traffic and the safety of children that are going to be living in the townhomes and safety of the people in my neighborhood. It's just so big, and I just can't even imagine what it's going to turn into. And then my other concern is the 5 water basins. One is located at Humeville and Langsroof, I guess it is. Who's going to maintain them for like the sitting water and mosquitoes? We have problems with mosquitoes now, so bad. Even the township does, run the truck sometimes, but that doesn't even help. The next day, we're still getting chewed up. So, I don't know.
The homeowners association would take care of that. That's their responsibility. That's part of what they pay homeowners association fees for. They have to maintain them. They have to make sure they're draining properly. They have to make sure they're taken care of. So, and that's something that the township stays on top of also.
Yeah, I would hope so.
So if somebody calls and says, hey, we have problems here, we can go down and we can cite them and get them to fix the problem that they need to do.
And I think just the additional school buses, and we have the school zone there now for St. Charles, and I'm letting people out, and now we're going to have additional school buses coming in and out, and it's just, I don't know, I see a nightmare, that's all. That's all I want to say.
Thank you.
And I live there, so that's the part that I'm worried about. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
evening. My name is Catherine Alex. I live at 957 Bristol Pike. I have been a resident of Bensalem my entire life, and I've lived in Andalusia the last 18 years. I worked for the Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament for 5 years. So I know those buildings. I know what we're up against. And I have been a staunch supporter of this plan. I have spent a lot of time on Facebook with the naysayers, explaining how things are and how this is the very best possible plan. Until this evening, when I was watching the council meeting and hearing things on Facebook about the townhomes. And I was very pleased in the beginning that the townhomes had been reduced to a reasonable amount. And yes, traffic is going to be horrible, but that is the reality of life. We could have chosen to put a mall there, and it would be incredibly difficult. My concern is that a study has not been done based on the impact of traffic with school buses and more people, more children in that community. This was, presented to us as a 55 and over community, 55 and over. And I remember I haven't watched all of the presentations, but I remember very distinctly that the townhomes were going to be limited to 2 cars apiece, making the traffic work not that bad. That was the presentation, 2 cars apiece to the townhomes, not a whole lot. Now you're building a neighborhood with children. Children are going to grow up. Children are going to want their own cars. We don't know what the impact is going to be on the schools. We don't know what the impact is going to be on the traffic. We know what the impact on the traffic is going to be for the original plan. I think that just voting willy-nilly on a plan because you want to vote on it, because it's the best possible plan, but then changing it at the last minute and then adding this other factor that hasn't been properly studied. You don't know what's going to happen with the extra buses on that road. You don't know what's going to happen with the extra cars in that parking lot. And I can tell you from coming in and out of there at night, it's not fun. It's rough. And you're adding on this extra layer without properly looking at it, without properly studying it. And I don't really think that's the best possible plan. I think the plan originally was a great plan. It wasn't perfect, but it was the best possible plan that the sisters could come up with. And I think that changing the plan means that you have to change your perspective on it. I would also like to say that I think that something needs to be done about not just the turning lane of coming out of the convent property to Humble Road and Bristol Pike, but also the lights. I've spent years going up and down that road during the day, during the night. When I used to work at the convent, I used to come out of that and made that turning lane, and people would be coming in this way and be beeping at me. And I'd be like, I have a turn, I have a light. It's not a turning light, but I have a light. And then one night I found out that they have the same light too. So you've got 2 sets of traffic coming in the same lane at the same time, which is probably why we have so many fender benders at that spot. So I think definitely the lights need to be addressed. I definitely think that a study needs to be done of what's going to happen when all these kids are there. That was not part of the plan. Parks and playgrounds were not what was presented to us. This was presented to us as a 55 and over community. And if that has changed, then we need to relook at that perspective.
The only change in the plan was going from 115 townhouses to 90 townhouses.
Yes.
Townhouses have always been part of the
Yes,
plan.
I'm not saying anything about townhouses.
That's the only place
They've
that can
never
have-
been age restricted.
The only
Yes.
place that can have potential children is the 90 townhouses, which we reduced to 90. Now, we increased the parking because we felt we wanted to make as much parking as possible. So it was actually a burden on the builder to provide more parking. That doesn't mean that there has to be more cars. That means they were saying 2 cars per townhouse. We prefer to have more parking per townhouse to make it easier for people to park and not have a problem. And the whole development is taxable. So, and there is a traffic study that was done on.
There's a traffic study, but what
Yes.
happened with the cars and the buses.
Yes.
always market rate, never changed.
Okay.
And
Because I don't really feel like at the meetings, anyone was really saying this. They were saying 55 and over, 55 and over. No one said families. No one said, we're going to have playgrounds, we're going to have parks.
Just the townhouse, but I think the story, the talk about the, I understand
Yes,
what
but
you're
that
saying.
was never brought up,
And there
as
is-
far as I
There is
know.
no playground.
Yeah,
There's no playground.
Yes, but tonight someone said,
No,
oh,
they're
we
talking about
can talk
playgrounds.
about that.
That was like a bizarre kind of conversation about a zoning thing, about having a report about playgrounds in the area, and are there enough playgrounds and libraries in the whole Bensalem area? That has nothing to do with, there's no playground there's walking places and places for assisted living. Besides the
Yes.
90 townhouses, which we reduced to 90.
Yes, I was very happy about that.
So that's it. There's no other potential for children to live there besides the 90 townhouses. Okay, and we feel that the taxes from all the 90 townhouses themselves and all the other 55 and older and assisted living and memory care still pay taxes that will provide whatever limited number of children go into the public schools will be provided, and there is a traffic study that's done for the whole development, but I
Okay.
appreciate your thoughts.
And we are going to be working on the traffic lights all along 13. We're going to have the new LED lights in there that will be timed by the township. Township will be able to control that and make sure that they're turning a safe, traffic moves in a safe manner, and that there's enough time. It'll have things that, if there's too many cars, it'll switch the light and make it so the traffic moves on a regular, quicker basis, so that'll be safer also.
That also goes, Joe, with Humeville Road also.
Right, Unville and 13. So it's going to be much safer at all the intersections along 13 and Unville Road with that.
Yeah, I just don't think people understood that we could have, in a 55 and over community, that we could have townhomes full of children.
It was 90 townhouses. It's always
90
had town.
The
it had-
only age restriction is on the
It had
apartments.
more townhouses in the beginning. The original plan had more townhouses.
Yes.
We made less townhouses, so we didn't make it worse. We made it better as far as townhouses.
Yes, but 55 and overs in townhouses and families in townhomes are different.
I
Because,
understand
you know-
that, but no one ever said it was just 55 and
Yeah.
older. It was misunderstood, but that's okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. John Dempsey, 705 Buck Road, Feasterville. I am a volunteer board member for the Blessed Margaret of Castello Home for Crisis Pregnancies, and I'm here to voice my approval for the development plan. I forgot my Navy T-shirt. I am a Navy veteran. I don't want it to count for anything.
Thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Joe, I brought my ID.
In the past, our home has had a close affiliation with the Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament. They've supported us for about 40 years. I'm here tonight to speak in favor of the approval of the plan because in my experience, the best kind of approval arrangement is the one in which everyone gets what they should get for the investment they make, even though they don't get everything that they want. Based on the discussions at last week's Planning Commission meeting, which I attended, it seems that approval will benefit all parties involved. Those discussions disclosed that the Township Emergency Services Groups had approved the plan. The Township's traffic consultant had stated that there would not be a detrimental impact to traffic. Our state's Historical Commission had approved the plan. In addition, the Township will benefit from additional real estate taxes and also taxes for the schools, and perhaps additional earned income taxes from people who move into the township. So that's a real plus. I ask that you please consider that almost 300 submitted development proposals only offered piecemeal development. This is a comprehensive plan. It's a large project. It's hard to make a project like this work for all the constituencies involved. It's not easy to do. There's a large investment that's needed in time to get a plan, even to this point. There's been a lot of time and money spent, I'm sure, to get to where we are tonight. This plan will preserve St. Catherine Drexel's consecrated chapel and mother house. It's very important to maintain the tradition of the good sisters. For these reasons, and for the purpose of honoring the century of wonderful work that the good sisters of St. Catherine Drexel have performed, I ask for continued effort by both sides to move this project forward so that Bensalem Township will have a result that is good for everyone involved. Please bring the good sisters home. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Eric Lahota. I live at 1031 Kings Avenue, across the street, so I have a personal consideration about the development. And well, first I'll start off and say I'm really pleased with what it is and what it potentially can be, as opposed to all the other variations that it could have been. So I'm happy with that, as opposed to, like somebody said, like a for-profit or a shopping center or something worse. But I do know a bit about real estate and development. I understand that there's going to be a lot of parties and things going forward, and I appreciate the council's good questions and fair questions about what's happening I can't say it, perpetual, going on in the future, making sure that things happen. Right, making sure that things happen the way that is intended. And as other developers come in, I do have just 2 questions about the 2 different townhouse developments. It looks like there's 2 different variations. Is there a reason why they look different? Is like,
No, it's just they're the same size.
okay, they're the same size. Is there anything holding them accountable that they won't become or can't become by the developer apartment buildings?
Yes.
Yes.
So I'm talking about years later when somebody says, well, you know, hey, it's just going to work out better if it's...
Just by the market, they're going to be individual townhouses. They're going to have first floor.
Well, I know that's the intention, but I'm saying by law, like, you know, I mean, are we going to write it in that you can't turn this into an apartment building?
Well, they can't, because it's
Okay.
zoned, that part's zoned residential.
Okay.
And also, they're going to sell for the high 300, low 400 range. So someone's going to own a townhouse.
Anything that they want to do, they'd have to come in.
They have to
and
come
ask
back.
the
They
township.
can't make that anymore.
Okay, so...
We would
There's
have
gonna
to
be a-
change the zoning ordinance. Right now, the density for the number of, like the ratio of number of houses, number of apartments, number of assisted care units, all that is
Okay.
dictated by the zoning that's
Okay.
applied to this tract of area.
Okay, great, that's great. And as far as traffic, it's an obvious challenge. I just hope that, I heard that there's a expensive investment that has to be done for the analysis, and hope that we wait for that fact-based analysis to come in instead of by gut, because I can tell you, just by gut, being on the street, what I see is during the middle of the day, there's traffic's fine, but I can tell you when church lets out, when school lets out, when it's the end of the day, that's when it's congested all the way around. Now, of course, we're going to be adding new units, new people in and out, and you might say, well, by gut, hey, I think ballpark, it might be 1 or 2 people coming out, that'll be extra. I think we should do like a real traffic analysis, like during high traffic volume time
That has
That already been done.
It's already, and that shows that that's good?
Well, yes, well, it shows that it's better than most, like the people in memory care generally wouldn't drive.
Well, I understand that.
Just living, the people in 55 and older, they may still drive, but they might drive in a different pattern, like they don't,
Okay.
they don't all go to work in the morning early or something. So I'm just saying, it could have been, if it was state zone, institutional, an institution could have
You're saying
came in.
that the analysis has already been done?
Yes.
The analysis shows an increase in traffic in the area compared to what's there now, but compared to what potentially could have been there, maybe it's not as bad, but that's a hypothetical scenario. The bottom line is that there will be an increase of traffic.
Right. Now, a little outside of the development, I really totally agree with the idea of the sidewalks. I think that this project is worth its weight in gold just to get pedestrian access on that roadway. And I know I've heard everybody default to PennDOT. That's a different concern. I think with a project and involvement, a project with this great dollar value of I think 170 million in that ballpark. I think I heard that number, and with everybody here involved and with the project ongoing, I'm sure considerable weight and influence could be put forward to PennDOT to justify and to say, I mean, basically bottom line, hey, this is going to be great for the community. let's get the road, let's get the pedestrian access in.
Our traffic engineer will be working together with them and PennDOT to make that happen.
Okay, I mean, my comment about that is I don't think we should, at this point, like, as a community, like, just drop our hands in the air and say, hey, you know what, that's PennDOT's problem, PennDOT's got the controls. I think it's a community thing.
No, he's gone further tonight and said, even if PennDOT...
He's going to make the local sidewalk there.
Yeah, no, even if PennDOT,
Right.
even if PennDOT
Right.
says, no, you're not building a sidewalk on
Right.
our
Oh,
easement, then he's going to put the
I got-
sidewalk on his property.
I got that.
So we're
But
going to get a sidewalk.
I'm looking a little bit larger than his project. I'm
We're-
saying as a group, as a
We're
council.
going to get a sidewalk along there no matter what.
I think as a council, I think right now is a good time to really put some influence on PennDOT to really look at that project there, because I could tell you from a local person there how many people, how many kids I see walking on that road, and it just scares me.
Yeah, I agree.
Because frankly, they don't have cars, or B, they don't know any better, and they're walking along that.
There's going to be sidewalks.
When
Now-
sidewalks go in, it's the responsibility of the property owner, whoever owns that property, to pay for those sidewalks. It's not the responsibility of the township, although we have done it on occasions when we need to do it. We pull from our fund and do it, but that is a responsibility. So if we assess that whole Bristol Pike area, we would have everyone who lives or owns properties on those, on Bristol Pike, they would be responsible for paying for the sidewalk. So we have to be
We're getting
aware of
sidewalks
that.
in front of this project.
Yeah, I think, I mean, sidewalks, paying for a life-saving thing, I think is pretty valuable. I like the idea of
Of course it
sidewalks.
is.
I mean, lay the money down. I don't have it, but, I'll come up with it.
We're getting
But,
sidewalks.
He's laying the money down for it. He's
For a
doing
nominal cost too, I think, I don't understand why not the lack of the curb, because a curb, really, I mean, that's curb appeal. That's an opportunity.
Well, the
too.
curb, the reason for the curbs
That's a
is to
nominal
direct the
cost.
storm water in the direction
It
you want it
doesn't
to
give-
go to. These sidewalks are going to be a little bit higher than
Right.
a normal sidewalk. It's going to be on the property. If we,
But you know how a community looks so much better with a curb?
The curb's not going to be next to the sidewalk.
You won't
on the road.
see it.
But if PennDOT wants curbs, then he's going to have to put curbs.
So again, we're kicking it down to PennDOT. So-
Just the
so-
curbs, just the
I
curbs.
understand. I hear you. But related to PennDOT, I guess, again, and also with the community, as far as pedestrian access, I'd really encourage some sort of signage or street control for Kings Ave. If anybody in this council spends any minute of their day, go stand on Kings Avenue and see how many people walk from Kings Avenue to cross that road or go on to Bristol Pike versus down on the corner. I'll tell you what, down on the corner, there's no access. This pathway that you're talking about, is this a pathway that's cutting clear across to the far side of Huonville, or is it cutting across to the church side of Huonville? Does anybody?
There
think this-
will be a pedestrian crosswalk on the church side of Huonville.
Okay.
That will be, these plans include
And on the far
redoing
side?
that intersection.
Because what I'm thinking about is, we're talking about accessing for the greater community, or I think that was a concern people were
What they're
mentioning.
saying now, at least you'll be able to walk down to the sidewalk now. You won't have to walk
Oh,
along
yeah,
the side of the road.
I'm
to
sorry,
get
now
to
I'm
the
talking about
cross.
something else. We're talking about, I know there was some concerns about public access for the community and pathways. I think that's great. What would make that so accessible is if the community could walk into it in a safe way.
Well, it will be at the top of the property.
If you look at the map where those people would have to cross, they'd have to cross Huonville and then to get to that crosswalk. If you go, for instance, on Memorial Day Parade, everybody walks down Kings Avenue. Not that I want a lot of people walking on Kings Avenue, but I think it's the safest place for families and kids to walk. Walking out of Kings, everybody from Bensalem, from that local community, would love to enjoy this public access. But if they don't have that, it's a landlocked community. It's a highway-bound community. If you do that, wow, the community would be open up. Everybody would love you. Everybody would say this project is really for the community. You're just missing this tiny little opportunities. Just push PennDOT a little bit. Say, let's open up the gateway on Kings Avenue so people could walk across.
They won't do it.
We'll see what they can do. We can try in the future to see. if we can
We've
do it.
already talked to them about it. They won't do it. The way they look at it is, they look to see how many people get hit or how many people get killed before they'll okay a red light. We've tried this all over the township, and we run into PennDOT.
But
No, we're
we'll
not
try our
gonna let
best
you.
to keep making it better, you know? I'm sorry.
So we've tried on many occasions. Our traffic engineer said that he did talk to PennDOT, and PennDOT won't approve it because it doesn't meet the criteria to put a traffic signal there. But the new traffic signals that we're going to be putting in up and down the Pike and up and down Unionville Road are going to move the traffic along a lot easier, make it a lot safer. We can time the lights to make it safer for people to be able to cross and do the things that need to be done.
All right, I hear what you're saying. I think you're missing a huge opportunity for influence. $178 million project to get good stuff done in the community and push to a different organization, have PennDOT get involved. I mean, I know it's extra work, but...
We've tried. PennDOT will not okay it. They will not okay it for even us to do the signal.
Well, there must be somebody that you could talk to about it.
Okay, well, we'll keep trying, okay? So, I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. We'll keep trying.
All right.
All right?
Thank you.
Sorry, Joyce.
One second. My name's Marge Coney. I'm from Northeast Philadelphia. I just want to say that I have to support any plan that is going to preserve the integrity of the Mother Drexel and her buildings. I know that this is going to be an impact on the community, but to know that she will still be part of your community is a wonderful, wonderful thing. So I really do have to say that this plan is preserving that and for many, many years to come. And even though it will impact your community, she will be there watching over you.
I'm assuming you've been in the
And if you destroy
chapel.
them, she will be gone, and you don't want her gone.
I'm assuming you've been in the chapel, right?
Yes, I use the chapel
It's
many, many
tremendous,
times,
beautiful.
and I intend to use it more, so I'm very glad that this plan is preserving them. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's a point, too, that the chapel's going to be saved, not only for us, but for our children and future generations. But go ahead.
Good evening. I'm James Farrell. I'm the president of the board of directors for the Blessed Margaret of Costello Home for Crisis Pregnancies. We have two homes, both within walking distance of the shrine site itself, 1837 Humeville, and right there on Langstreth, 862, I beg your pardon, Langstreth. Some of the apple trees that are on the Langstreth property, some of the more mature trees, were actually planted by the sisters that directly worked with Mother Catherine. The Blessed Margaret of Costello Home has been around since 1986. We are the longest-serving crisis pregnancy home in all of southeastern Pennsylvania. We have brought countless babies into the world through our services in the home and our field counseling, a vast majority of whom are children, mothers and children of color, which perfectly complements the legacy and the charism of the Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament, and we are very proud to continue that tradition. Our home and this site have had a very close working relationship with the sisters for many, many years. It's our understanding that 300 developers bid on this project, but there was only one that was willing to step up and appreciate the value of this mother house and this chapel. All the other developers said, no way. It's a real estate deal. Let it go. This is not a local nicety. This is a national treasure. And you gentlemen here in this body, whether you like it or not, you're de facto custodians. You have a solemn responsibility to make sure that whatever happens to this property, those structures live on. And the ability of the sisters to live on the property is an incredible legacy and a beautiful benefit. I strongly urge you to choose this plan. There's no perfect, but this is an excellent plan with a perfect balance that addresses the legacy and provides the balance, the responsible development of the community, I know there's a great deal of concern regarding traffic. If anyone's had any familiarity with over 55 communities, and I know this is not a singularly over 55 community, but it's a majority over 55 community, they're not out there at rush hour, okay? Nobody's rushing out the door at 7:15 to get to a downtown office building. So you need not overly concern yourself with the traffic and congestion at rush hour. And the whole idea of an active adult community is a terrific marketing term, but it really kind of means that we get together for coffee and golf and go into the casino, okay? They're not running downtown to their office buildings. So please understand that the traffic, while there are going to be automobile operators in the community, please understand that they're not going to be overwhelming Bensalem, particularly Bristol Pike. Lastly, the townhomes. Yes, the townhomes are open to adults of any age and any stage of life, children or empty nesters, but it's widely understood and appreciated that you're not going to move into a community with small children if there are no other children there to play with. Okay? So the vast majority of these townhomes are going to be occupied by empty nesters. Once again, the concern about children in the community is not one that we're overly concerned about. Once again, I want to thank this board for your time and consideration. This is a fine plan with a great responsible balance of development and custody of a beautiful mother house and chapel. So thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
your affirmative consideration.
Thank you.
My name's Mary Ann Griffin. I live at 3101 Addison Court in Bensalem. I know the council knows this, but I don't know if all the people in the audience know this, but for 30 years, Wood River Village, which is now Juniper Village, has been in Bensalem. And that is it's the same thing. It's a life plan community. It may not have the townhouses in the community, but there's 1,000 of townhouses right around that community. I have lived there for 30 years. I've lived in this township for over 60. So we don't have any traffic issues with Juniper Village. We do have traffic issues on Humeville Road, where basically you could sit on Humeville Road and Bensalem Boulevard for the same amount of time you guys probably end up sitting on Bristol Pike. Unfortunately, if you go over to Horizon Boulevard and Rock Hill Road, when people are going to work or coming home to the Turnpike, you're stuck there for 3 or 4 lights trying to get onto Horizon Boulevard or to get up to the Turnpike. So when you come to these areas, unfortunately, where 95 is, you are going to fall into those issues. But like I said, Juniper Village is 20 acres. It's been there for 30 years, and I can count the amount of cars that probably come in and out of there. So I agree, it's not going to be that much of a burden more for you on traffic. And I am so glad that they've been able to do everything that they've been able to do, and council is doing their job the way they can do it, and I think this is a wonderful plan, and I'm so happy to see it done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Phil Valentino. I reside at 865 Village Lane. I'm right next door to Len, and I consider him a dear friend. So I'm here more to talk about character than anything else, because this is the second hearing I've been to. I think you guys all deserve really our appreciation, because I'm a practicing attorney for over 37 years, and when I watch things in Philadelphia, Council, let's just say preparation is not number one on the list, and you all really did your homework. So I want to thank you for that. The questions from each hearing were spot on. Concerns for many of the residents, I think, were answered by a lot of your questioning. I was personally impressed, and I've had the opportunity to see City Council in Philly numerous times, so thank you very much. Let me talk about just for 3 minutes, because it's been a long night and there's other people here with issues. Len Poncia, the man. Someone stole my thunder earlier. One of the residents mentioned integrity. I can tell you from my personal experience, when he says he will or will not do something, you can put that in the book and make it an ordinance. I mean, that's what's going to happen. And I heard when they were going through the waivers tonight, the requested waivers, you heard how they were going to comply and the things they were going to do. And if there's things that they can't do and they say they're not going to do it, it's not going to be done. I feel personally confident that, I live 30 seconds from the site, and I appreciate the traffic concerns. I mean, it's a busy area, but, change is going to happen. And the good thing is this change seems like someone said a win-win. I think it is a win-win for both the residents and the community. And it's not just the tax issue that was mentioned earlier. I mean, this looks like a beautiful, beautiful development. I'm kind of looking forward to seeing it as finished project. I also think that we have a lifelong Bensalem resident who's behind it, and he lives 30 seconds away. So, I mean, he has the same concerns and considerations that everyone sitting in this room does. I mean, it's going to impact him too. I mean, I think Glenn gets his bagels right down the street from there every morning. I mean, so he's going to be dealing with the same traffic issues that everyone's so concerned about. So that being said, I strongly urge you to approve it, the proposal. I want to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name's John Duty. I live at 1539 Tyson Avenue. I'm like one of the houses on the backside of that one building where the parking lot is. My concern is, when was the traffic study done? Does anybody recall? I think it was like 2-day traffic. When was the traffic study done? I think it was a 2-day traffic study. I also believe it was also when school was out. Can anybody confirm or deny that?
Well, we'll get you an answer on that.
Okay. That's pretty much what
Okay,
my
well,
concern
fine.
is, because the traffic study may not be accurate to what the actual traffic is in that area.
Well, I think it's traffic coming, that it's going to create, not traffic that's already there necessarily.
Yeah, but it's going to create traffic also
No,
when
but it
school's
doesn't-
in
if it's-
session.
If it's creating, if it's estimating future traffic, it doesn't,
But if there's school in session for the majority of the year and it's not done in the school day, that's all I was trying to find out. Okay.
I mean, it's here in the TPD letter. I mean, to easily answer the question, traffic study prepared by McMahon Associates dated June 2019.
2000, okay.
Dated June 2019. I think the traffic counts were done in April.
Traffic counts on there. Thank you.
Good evening, council. My name is Robert Homolka, and I reside at 3213 Whitney Court in beautiful Bensalem, PA. And I've been a resident for over 50 years here at Bensalem. I'd like to speak tonight on a couple historical points concerning this project. Tonight we heard from the applicant that he's going to be putting sidewalks in along the pike and/or curbs if necessary from PennDOT. I have no objection to that, but I do want to remind council that we spoke about the mile marker down on the pike previously, and it was discussed that the mile marker would not be moved. If you do a curb with a 4-foot berm and a 3-foot wide sidewalk, the mile marker will land right in the middle of the sidewalk. So I wanted to know if council or the applicant can speak to whether they would go around the mile marker.
He had committed to that before. Let's make sure that's still the case.
We absolutely will work around the mile marker. We've committed to that, and I believe the plans also show that we are working around that regardless of what we do or do not do. We will not impact that negatively.
With that mile marker, interesting, I found out that the Boy Scouts restored that mile marker and it's in the exact spot. But then they later found the original mile marker, and it's with the Bensalem Historical Society.
Well, the ones at Bensalem Historical Society's got 14T and 15T. This is 13T in front of Mother
Different one?
Catherine's.
Okay, all right, good.
This particular mile marker is the original mile marker that was
okay,
put in
good.
before the American Revolution.
Oh, great.
And laid out by Benjamin Franklin. So
Good.
I would prefer that the mile marker stays there.
Oh, it's going to stay either way, yeah.
And in Boston, Massachusetts, they actually put the sidewalks around them. So I would
Well, he committed to
request
keeping
that
it there, so
that
it'll
it
be
would
there.
stay there and that the sidewalk would go around it.
Yes.
Yep.
The second thing I wanted to bring to council's attention, and you may recall that I brought up before about one particular building down at the site, and I have handouts for council. I'd like to give these out to council, if I may.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I got two. I have an extra one to give to. Yeah, you got, she could take one too. Yeah, leave it for him, yeah.
You will see on this handout, the first page is the demolition plans that the applicant filed with the township. And on that page, you'll see a particular building circled. It's the laundry building, also known as Hazhago, which is Navajo for tranquility and peace. That particular building is slated for demolition. And if you look further back in the packet, you'll see a photograph of it nearing completion in the 1890s. And you'll see a aerial photograph of the campus showing the position of the laundry building in relation to the other buildings. That was taken in approximately 1960. And after that, you'll see paperwork concerning the National Historic Register for the buildings at Mother Catherine's. 5 buildings are listed. One of them burned down in the late 60s, Holy Providence. The other 4 buildings are still standing. 3 of them, the applicant is planning to keep. The 4th building, being the laundry building, is the one that is slated for demolition. I'm requesting that council deny demolition of that particular building because of its National Historic Registry status. There's only 6 properties in Bensalem that have National Historic Registry status, and this is one of the properties that does. That particular building is called out. Now, I know at the Planning Commission meeting last week, the applicant and his team had made statements that they have state approvals. I remind council that the National Historic Register is part of the Department of Interior, and that is the federal government. In addition to that, council changed the MUR to state that you would have to give permission for any demolition taking place at the site. And I would like to request that you deny demolition for that particular building because of the status.
Okay, anything else?
The other question I had to do with the actual MUR, where it states that in no case shall a historic structure be demolished without the approval of Township Council. What I'd like to know is, and this may be more of a procedural question for Mr. Pizzo than the council, but will this have to be a separate vote for the demolition of anything, or is it inherent in any vote that would take place here tonight?
Surprised, are you saying that if we approve the plan the way it's presented, and you can correct me if I'm wrong with your question.
Okay.
That the buildings that he's taken down would have permission to be taken down because we're approving the plan today. And then in the future, if he tries to take down another building, then he would have to come in front of council and get an individual vote for a building in the future. I think that's the way it is. Correct. Well, let me see, Mr. Pizzo.
What you're saying is correct, Mr. Knowles. The applicant has provided among the various plans, both on the plans themselves and certainly what he's described of the historic buildings that are intended to be preserved and which of the existing buildings are not intended to be preserved. As to the ones that are to be preserved, and it's one of the things that will be included in any motion for approval should one be made and approved by council, is a requirement consistent with the MUR that council put into place that will require the placement of a conservation easement or restrictive covenant that will run in favor of the township over all of the buildings that are being preserved. That covenant will require those buildings to remain standing until such time as council, in its wisdom, determines that their preservation is no longer beneficial to the community, and I assume that would be upon the application of the applicant, or upon application of the developer, rather, should that day ever arise. So the township has put into place the provision that for all of the buildings that are being saved, along with the guarantee from Mr. Poncia that it is his intention to keep the buildings up, if council is to approve this plan this evening, those buildings that are indicated as being preserved will be subject to, as I said, so legally recorded documents that will be enforceable by the township, that will compel their continued existence and will allow their demolition or removal, or for that matter, alteration, in terms of the physical aspects of the exterior of the structure, only upon approval of the township.
Okay?
The vote tonight will, concerning the demolition, is inherent for council tonight?
Yes, council, again, I can't anticipate what any motion will or
Sure.
won't be, but my expectation is that if there is a motion to approve the application, consistent with all of the discussions that I've heard since the project was first brought into the township, that the township is, that the applicant rather has set forth to the township those structures on the property that will remain and those that will not. The ones that will remain, again, are the ones that we saw photographs of earlier that have been described: the mother house, the chapel, the shrine, the visitor center, and so on. Those are the buildings that are being preserved. Those are the ones that are, it has been suggested, of the most historical significance, the ones that are the most spiritual or religious significance. Those are the ones that Mr. Poncia has committed to preserving. Those are the ones that I'm sure he has discussed and worked in consult with the sisters as to what it is he intended to keep. And that is what it's been described to us has led to his application over the other 299 being accepted. And again, as part and parcel of all of that, those that it has been set forth would be preserved, those are the ones that will be subject to that restrictive covenant going forward in perpetuity.
Okay, but there's nothing in the MUR that exempts council from denying demolition of one of the buildings?
No, that's not what I said. It,
No, this is a separate question.
Ultimately, the council could, whether the council will,
Yes.
I don't know, because again, it's the buildings that are shown on the plan, the buildings that are being discussed, that's always been, at least to my ears, the universe of buildings that have been discussed.
No, and it's my understanding that this laundry building, should it be demolished, is being replaced with a parking
Okay,
lot.
well, we'll address the laundry business with the developer, and then if we approve the plan, then it would be part of the plan. It would be.
It's inherent of the vote.
I know, but the problem is, and I appreciate your passion for the historical, but the problem is, if the development can't be done, if the laundry room is there, then later on, you could jeopardize the chapel and the mother house for the future with another, if this didn't work. You know what I mean? So I'm saying it all has to go, and even though the laundry room's on the National Registry, we have another guy here too, the most sacred buildings and the ones that the Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament, who, you know, are Mother Catherine Dressel's people, want saved, are being saved. And that in itself is a very big, someone could have taken the whole thing down.
True.
So,
But the applicant...
it's not perfect, I understand your
The
point.
applicant has, and your point's well taken, but the applicant has a very smart team back here, I'm sure, and I'm sure they could
Well,
find
we're
a reuse for that
We're
particular
going to
building.
address it with them, I appreciate it, thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, and in addition to that, I have one other thing that I wanted to add to council. I would request a roll call vote, should this come up for a vote tonight. And
Yeah, we can do that
if this
if you
meeting
want.
gets extended, then I would still
Well, you
request a
know,
roll call vote.
you'll know who voted for it, I mean, I don't think really,
Well, I don't see that there's any problem requesting a roll call vote, right?
well, I appreciate your,
I mean,
I'll see, yeah.
council has honored that request before.
Okay, well, we'll consider it.
Very good, thank you.
Hi, I'm Sister Sandra Schmidt. I'm the General Treasurer and one of the leadership team members of the Sisters of the Blessed Sacrament. I'm here to speak for the sisters and to support the plan. The day we told the sisters that the chapel was going to be saved and the original part of the campus, I can't explain the joy that filled their hearts. The last sisters were moved off the property as far as residents go, May 2017, and we made it a very blessed time, very spiritual time, and they're doing very well where they are because we found a place where they could all be together, whether they're independent, assisted, or skilled. And they're doing very well, but they still have their hearts, their memories, their footprints on the property. So for anyone to say they would keep the chapel, because in the beginnings I was hearing from the Archdiocese we'd have to take the altar out, the crucifix down, the stained windows out, and I couldn't believe it. You know, I'm like, okay, Lord, and St. Catherine Drexel, we need help here. Well, we got the help. Len was able to work with the Archdiocese to do this, and no one thought it would ever be able to happen. So we have, the chapel's the most important thing to us, but the property has a lot of memories for not only us, but all the people that have come there over the years, many, many people, our family and the friends. And I come on at 6:15 each morning, and there's a red truck outside there. That man prays there 15 minutes every morning. And there's another one that people still come on the property. They know they can't get in to pray, so they stop their cars and they pray in their cars and trucks. It means so much to them to have that spirituality there. And this plan has the spirituality built into it. And it's very something that no other developer would do because it's so expensive, as you know, to restore that old building there, and it's not handicap accessible or anything. But to take on that task, so we know some other things have to go in order to make that happen. That's just reality as it is. So the other thing that I wanted to remind people is when we were on the campus, we had over 100 employees and staff. We had busloads of people coming for the pilgrimages. We were open 7 days a week from 10 to 5, and anytime people were coming on, there were moments where there weren't a lot, but there were moments where there were so many that we had the busloads out on the street trying to park because there wasn't enough space in the campus. So God's going to make a way to make things work if it's meant to be. My only concern is if we don't move forward with this now, we do have vacant buildings, the ones that we're talking about. We, the leadership team, are there, and we come every day to work. And through, again, I think working with Len has been so good for us because he's so helpful. You know, you ask and you receive, you know. How can we make this work? So we were trying to figure out where are we going to put our offices, and now we know we can stay. And that also means a lot to the sisters, to be able to say that our headquarters is still located there, and that the spirit of Catherine Drexel still evolves from there and in every sister, no matter where she is. The one thing is we won't move our sisters back from Paul's Run, but our administrative building at headquarters could be there and probably will if we can work it out and everything goes flowing like that. But back to my concern is that if we wait too long, we're trying to keep the buildings as best we can, but they're old buildings. And so even what we want to renovate, we don't want it to deteriorate while we're trying to decide what's going to happen in the future. So that would be my biggest concern right now. So thank you, and the sisters, thank you all for whatever you do and however you do it, and all you've done for us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tony Belfield, 2475 Greenland Court. A couple quick questions, comments actually. I mean, people danced around it. You know, it's a historic building. It deserves preservation. I speak of the chapel and some of the other buildings. And that's true. I mean, architecturally, it's amazing. You know, it seems like something out of a movie set or something of that nature, some of the details in the building. The most important thing, though, is what we heard tonight, that it will remain consecrated. And this will be, and has been, a sacred place. It will continue to be that in perpetuity, and to service the community in a much broader sense than I think it has in the past, which I really do appreciate. And it will serve the community in a broader sense by providing those public spaces. So I think as a community amendment, I don't think you could have planned it this way. I mean, divine providence definitely had a hand. Couple questions or comments regarding the sidewalks along this side road. I understand, having sat up there, the council's position that sidewalks has already been a priority, public safety has always been a priority here in the township, and the fee in lieu is to facilitate that. With this particular development, I think you have a unique opportunity, if you look at the existing layout of trails and sidewalks within the development, connecting that to the residential community adjacent to it. Just little side spurs of sidewalk that you can walk from the road into that network and then up to the pike would create a huge benefit, I think, with very minimal cost impact, as opposed to if, God forbid, you ever would try to put a sidewalk up there. I mean, you're going to have sidewalk if you did that within a couple feet of itself for the major extent of it, which makes no sense or purpose. So I would hope that the township engineer can work with the developer to make those interconnections and maybe look at that as a better public thoroughfare solution along that road. Equally, the topic was brought up about a connection to Station Avenue. While I think a road connection to Station Avenue would just exacerbate the problem with cut-through traffic that we have in many of our developments in this township, we would want to prohibit that. You do have that little tail at the end there on the development plan. I assume that's kind of some easement, utility easement that sticks out like a pointer at the end or things of that nature. It'd be interesting to at least explore that, whether that could be some kind of public connection to station by a trail system. If you have the rail station there, you're looking at transportation-oriented development benefits. The employees that would be working there would have access to the train station, be able to come up on the train, down the train, get off there, walk back and forth to work. If the individuals there did want to get into the city, they'd have that opportunity. That may be something that would be a public benefit altogether and all around. One of the comments that was made is regarding the complexity of this project and the extensive review letter that was generated by the township engineers. I mean, you have multiple uses here, ranging from townhouses to apartments to, more intense, more medical type facility uses. You really have 5 or 6 different developments all going on in a single process, all going through separate reviews, subject to separate codes and ordinances in the township. So having a review letter of that length, I think, speaks to 2 things. 1, the complexity of the project, and 2, the thoroughness of our township engineers, because some of the comments were pretty nitty-gritty and to the point. I mean, I don't think anyone can argue that the township put them through the meat grinder on this one as far as whether they were in compliance with our ordinances or not, and with all the will complies that they've agreed to, I don't think there'll be any doubt that the project will be in compliance. I mean, again, those are my comments. I'm in favor of the project. I think it addresses public safety, access, provides increased recreational opportunity for the entire township and the residents, and greater access to this wonderful facility. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, is there anybody else? Is this one coming up yet? We have one more.
Deborah Gallagher, 925 Claremont Avenue. The only thing I want to say, I know nothing's going to change, but we don't need those apartments behind Tyson Avenue. If you want to, just keep everything over on that side. We don't need that. I don't need to be walking down the street or riding down the street and seeing a 4-story, is it 4 stories? I don't need to be seeing that. And that property is not that big back there. You've got all that land over there. Leave that open, make it a meadow, make it trails, let somebody be able to walk over there. We don't need that. We don't, and I don't know how I'm gonna, it's only me, but everybody will be hearing from me because I'm going to try to change that being there. Even if you don't want apartments, make them lower, make them little cottages, make them something, but we don't need, basically, we don't need anything over there. Keep it on the other side.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Len, do you want to address that laundry building if, and why, what your,
Sure, and I could have one of the team members, but I think I recall the particulars. First of all, the gentleman's correct that the laundry building would sit right in the middle of the independent living and the assisted living memory care facility. We just cannot place it there. Secondly, we are and have committed to so much already that we are respecting and maintaining. It's a monumental undertaking. Thirdly, we did receive State Historic Preservation Office approval at the state level. Fourthly, the MUR code that pertains to this property is more stringent to historic than the current code in the township. And lastly, the federal approval that the gentleman mentioned the other evening with regards to historic properties does not pertain here, because you need to either be a federal project or federally funded. So I would respectfully submit that, number one, as so many have mentioned, we've really tried to balance all that we could to make something that was achievable. We cannot accommodate that building and still be able to develop the project that needs to be developed. And secondly, the sisters are the group that initiated any of the historic registrations on the property. And if the sisters have supported what we are keeping and what we are not keeping, I would hope that that would tell it all.
okay, thank you. Just told me we would address
I
it.
have a question.
Yeah.
Mr. Ponzi, while you're up, do we happen to have a copy of the plan, and we had it on our packet, that reflects the buildings that are being demolished? I don't know, did you happen to have that electronically?
I don't this evening,
Okay.
I'm sorry.
All right. I do have a couple, so first I just wanted to state that I do believe that you have a vested interest in this community. I know you've been here for a long time, but as I stated at the beginning of the meeting, I have to look at this project on the face of it, and I can't let yourself, being a member here of the community, influence what my decision here is on this board. And I wanted to note, as far as the buildings being demolished, we talked of the term of, in terms of pluralizing the saving of the structures, and there are a number of structures that are being demolished. Let me just note them: St. Mary Hall, St. Catherine Hall, Mercedes Hall, Laundry Building, Visitation House, 2.5-story masonry garage and vacant apartment building, 1-story masonry maintenance building, St. Michael Hall A and B, and a small portion of the mother house. So what we are saving is really just the actual mother house being one structure.
So actually, it's continuous buildings that are attached, but I shared that earlier.
All right. And finally, I do have some questions for you. Are you willing to save more of the historic buildings that are currently on site?
No.
Okay. One point about the sidewalks on Bristol Pike, that was noted by the Planning Commission, and I know you're doing that, so I certainly appreciate that. The improvements of the intersection at Kings and Bristol Pike, are you willing to support anything based off of the recommendations of our township engineer, PennDOT, or township officials in regards to placing flashing lights, painted crosswalk, or any signage, or anything that we can make that intersection safe?
Yes, from the traffic engineer for the township, yes.
The point came up in the Planning Commission about putting sidewalks on both sides of the roads. Were you in support of that?
I believe we're going to attempt to accomplish that. I do not know this evening if that can be done throughout, but we will do our best.
There was mention about the lamp posts on Bristol Pike. I think that was a good point. Were you willing to look at that possibility?
We would be willing to look into it, but just like the other evening, until we do our homework, I can't commit to something unless I know I can do it.
If I could just jump in on that one, and Phil, you correct if I'm wrong, but I believe that if the sidewalks are going to be put in, the street lights that would be put in along that frontage are required to be consistent with the Cornwells Heights, Andalusia streetscape project. So if you're required to put in street lights as part of the development of the frontage, those street lamps will have to be consistent with Bristol Pike, Andalusia, and Cornwells Heights street lamps.
Thank you. Mr. Ponte, are you willing to put in underground water management basins to eliminate the outdoor basins and create more usable recreation space?
No, I am not.
Okay. Are you willing to reduce the footprint of the project?
No, I am not.
Okay. Are you willing to make the entire project age restricted?
No, I am not. I will share with you, though, that it has been our experience, as was noted by several others tonight. This is, once again, the first project that had market rate townhomes and the balance and age restricted type community. And as you would ask our traffic engineers or others who do market studies, ultimately, the overwhelming majority of those that live in the market rate homes do not have children. Oftentimes, they are people like myself that are not ready to rent an apartment or a smaller unit, still want to have an ownership, but know that they're in a community. It's a senior community, so they see that as the ability to segue from ownership of a townhome to renting an apartment with no assistance, to then a little bit of assistance, and ultimately what's necessary until God calls you home.
Okay. I do believe that's it. Lastly, are you willing to accept strictly a preliminary approval pending the completion of a community impact study, further review of PennDOT's review, because I believe that just came out as of today?
We're here tonight asking for combined preliminary and final approval. Everything in the review letters, whether they be the traffic engineer, the township engineer, and all consultants to the township, we will adhere to, but we're here asking for combined preliminary and final approval.
Thank you. I also wanted to thank you for all the work that you have done with this project. I mean, it was clearly obvious with some of the comments that you have been working with
Thank you.
the sisters there. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Ponce, while you're there, I just have two questions. One is with respect to the chapel. Could you just explain how that works? I'm assuming it would be a privately owned Catholic chapel?
Yes, we will be the administrator and overseer of the chapel, but there are strict requirements that are part of the agreement with the Archdiocese to utilize the chapel under the direction and the requirements of the Catholic Church.
And would the use of that, and we touched on this earlier, that would be open for the public use as well?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. The second question I have is, there were a lot of concerns, and this came up last week during the Planning Commission meeting as well, a lot of concerns with traffic. And we talk about ways to alleviate the traffic flow and the lights along the pike, that's part of an ongoing project with the township. Did you consider, or would you consider, some kind of easement or access point on the side closest to Station Avenue to do a cut through, whether it's purchasing additional property or something to allow either traffic flow or, there was a suggestion for even pedestrian access to allow ease of access to the train station?
We would be open to trying to find a path forward. Obviously, as we've expressed, this is a monumental undertaking in and of itself, but we're willing to work with everyone. The suggestion earlier that there might be a path along that sliver of green area that abuts 95, that'd be great, except it's wetland.
It's wetland. No, and I understand that.
And that area is steep slope, but be that as it may.
I was thinking the end of the townhomes where they cut off.
And again, we're willing to work with everyone, and I think someone else mentioned, probably, I think it was my neighbor, I live there. I drive there every day. That is my home. So I'm familiar with all of that.
You're going to be having a 5-minute commute, whereas, you're talking about people that maybe have 30 or 45-minute commutes that are exacerbated by increased traffic in the area. So it's not really the same comparison.
Well, I would respectfully submit, as it has been pointed out and can continue to be reinforced, that this is the lowest traffic generating type of development program in comparison to others. And yes, you're right, we cannot relieve or fix the problems on 95 or Woodhaven Road. It's just not something that we, as the developer of this project, can accomplish.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, one final question while you're up. I'm sorry. Real quick.
Last final
I
one?
know, last final one.
Last one.
Mr. Ponzia, I had asked a question as far as what available space is still remaining in the mother house. Are you willing to accept a restriction if there was someone that was going to put up some type of motion for approval that would limit the number of units in the mother house to the 48 that you had suggested this evening?
Yes.
So no more units in the mother house whatsoever?
To my knowledge, Councilman, our intent was to try to accommodate what was necessary from the code. and see what was achievable in those buildings that are functionally obsolescent. For us to achieve the 48 units is something that we would find acceptable and would be consistent with the zoning code. So we would not add more than 48.
Okay? Thank you. All right, thanks. With that, I'm going to close public comment. Do you have anything else to add, or? No. Okay.
I'm just up here to take notes.
Okay,
look
take
pretty.
notes. Okay.
Unless you want me to say something.
No.
Okay, so we no other questions. Does anybody want to put a motion for what the person's asking for is the preliminary and final for the project?
I'll put a motion on the floor, Mr. President, for, I'm looking for the project that was put before us for the Aquinas AQ St. Catherine Drexel LP, located at 1663 Bristol Pike. The tax map parcel is 02-060-015, and this is for the mixed use. And I'm going to put a motion on the floor for a preliminary and final approval. This is going to be based on a number of different things. It's going to be based on the November 4th letter from the T&M Associates, as well as the revised application of the dated November 15th of 2019, and the Marathon Engineering Environmental Services Design Waiver Request List. I'm going to ask that, and I'm going to ask Mr. Pizzo to, when need be, guide me along, but I'm going to ask, number one, that the lots, the new lots, be recorded and deeds be recorded and reviewed by our solicitor and township engineer. I'm going to ask that the applicant comply with the fire marshal's report, the traffic report, and the impact fee. The consolidated lots, again, would be recorded by the county. There would be a conservation easement or a covenant with the township regarding, I guess it would be the property. Is that correct, Mr. Pazza? How would you?
With the existing historic structures that will be maintained on the property, consistent with the plans and consistent with the discussion this evening, will all be subject to a restrictive covenant or similar document or documents that will guarantee their preservation in perpetuity, and will be covenants running with the land in favor of the township and enforceable by the township.
Okay, we have that in legalese terms. Excellent. I also request that the applicant would, as Mr. Turkmenian just mentioned, that the 48 units would be the maximum in the mother house, not to exceed that. And then now going to the design waiver request list. I would suggest, or I would put on the floor that we would accept the waiver of 201-62-A, which is document D26, which is from the subdivision and land development part of the letter. I would ask that the, what? Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. And then I would D28, I would not grant that waiver, and that's on the formal community impact statement, which we were talking about earlier on, which will be a discussion concerning different impacts regarding the surrounding areas and how that would be affected. So that would be no to that waiver request. I would ask that we would grant the waiver for D37, which is 201-104C-4. This would be based on the PennDOT's review and our township engineer. I would ask we would also grant the waiver on the 201-104F4, and this again would be based on Ron Gann's review.
Mr.
Yes.
On those two, on the 201C4, the 104C4 and the 201-104F4. Both of those are waivers, but I believe consistent with this evening's discussion, the applicant will comply with whatever PennDOT might require. If PennDOT does not require, then a waiver is granted, just so the record's clear on those.
Okay, so I have that with PennDOT and Ron, exactly. I also asked that that we would approve the D45, which is 201-104G1. Also, it asked that we would comply with the D47, 201-106A2, small a-4. And when we come to, let me see, D60 and D61 kind of combined together, that we would, number one, the applicant would comply with the sidewalks on Bristol Road, and we would grant a waiver for the curbs on Bristol Road, as well as the curbs and sidewalks on Lothstrom. Am I saying that right? Lothstrom Road? Langstroth, thank you, Langstroth Road. And the applicant would pay in lieu of these being constructed. And that is section 201-110B and 201-110E, as well as 201-111A and 201-111I.
While you're there,
Go ahead.
Mr. Kisselback, as part of that, and consistent with the conversation we had a few moments ago, consistent with the installation of sidewalks along Bristol Pike, will be the requirement that any streetlights along the Bristol Pike frontage will be consistent with the
Okay, the lights.
Cornwalls Heights Andalusia street lighting requirements that are in place.
And I would add that also, while we're talking about that, that any historic monuments would not be moved, and sidewalks and such would be created around it, not to disturb it.
It's a mile marker.
Well, the mile marker, I know what it is. Okay, thank you. And then moving on there, we have D65, which is 201-112, and this is relative to the foot candles. We grant a waiver on that, and that's going to be going to increasing the illumination on certain areas, so it's not too dark. And then we have,
And all of that lighting will be subject to review and approval by the township engineer.
okay, and I have that according to Ron there. And then we have D62, which is 201-211B, and that would also be approved. And that's using a 3-foot walkway as opposed to a 4-foot walkway in a specific area.
That should be 111B, not 211B. I think that's a typo.
Oh, I'm sorry, I have 211B.
I know,
I'm
but it's
sorry.
a typo on the sheet. It should be, the code section is 111B.
Oh, thanks, okay.
That was a grass strip, not sidewalk.
Let me see, exactly, the grass strips, sidewalk between the two. Okay, thank you. Okay, that would be my motion.
There's a couple waivers that I think you missed.
Go ahead.
That, right there on the very beginning
Yeah, the
of
very-
the-
Oh, you know
the
what,
first
you're right, I
three.
got you, before I
first
went to
three.
the,
You had the first three here.
exactly, before we went to the subdivision and land development, I
I got them.
I should have it here, right. And that is, thanks, that's 201-62A, and that's D26.
No, we did that.
No, okay, then which one am I missing here?
Checklist
One's-
waivers.
Yeah.
Check right here, right here.
Okay, so this is a different checklist waiver request list, which I did not
We
actually...
went through this.
All right, put in there.
It's
All right,
just page one.
all right, this is page one.
Yes.
All right, so this is 201-41-D8, as well as 201-41D9, and 201-41D11, small n 1. What else do you need, Joseph?
And those, Mr. Kisselback, would correspond to paragraphs D4, D5, and D14 respectively in the T&M review letter.
Okay,
I believe it is your intention then, Mr. Kisselback, but please feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, that as to the T&M review letter of November 4, you spoke to those paragraphs for which waivers will apply, Accordingly, as to Chapter C of that review letter, items 1 through 12 are all will comply items. As to paragraph D,
I have that right here, right.
paragraphs 1, 2, 3, 6, 7 through 13, 15 through 25, 27, 28, 29, 30 through 35, 36, 38 through 42, 44, 46, 48 through 59, 63, 64, 66 through 73 are all will comply items. Again, consistent with the discussion earlier this evening as to where waivers will apply. As to Section E, all items are will comply items. As to Section F, all items are will comply items. And again, just in case my recitation of Section D may somehow conflict with your earlier motion, what you indicated during the motion would carry the day as to those items that will comply and those that are waived.
That was listed on the initial letter.
That's correct.
Correct. Also, in there, I'm sorry, go ahead.
After D37, you said D, you said what the next one was, granting waivers. It was 26, 28, 37, and I got a blank.
43?
What was it?
43?
43,
D43, 37, 43?
Both 37 and 43, it was stated that the applicant will comply with the determinations of PennDOT and the township engineer. If PennDOT does not have a problem with the waivers as requested, then the waivers are granted.
And included in the letter, of course, is the applicant will comply with all the zoning ordinances, Chapter 232, page 10, and Chapter 201, subdivision and land development, as well as the stormwater management on page 31, items 1 through 12, and the general comments, 1 through 32 at the end of the letter submitted.
I believe it was also your intention, Mr. Kisselback, as again consistent with this evening's discussion, the applicant will comply with all of the items set forth in the Township Traffic Engineer Review Letter of August 16, 2019, and any other items that were discussed during this evening's hearing.
And then the
Okay.
fire report too?
I have that. I
You
thought
got that?
I did.
Fire marshal, he said.
My
Okay,
fire
thank you.
marshal, traffic report, and the impact fee.
Okay, good. Do you have something to
Yeah,
add?
Mr. Kisselbeck, could we add that the apartments that are on the complex are they're age restricted and in perpetuity?
And,
so we don't
yeah, I
have
knew
any
where you
problems?
were going with that, okay,
Yeah,
yes.
you took
I
the
would
words right out of
definitely-
my mouth. Either
Isn't
a
that part
covenant
of
or a
the
deed
zoning?
Hey, Joe, Mr. Spizo, would it be, what would be the best thing, Mr. Player brought it up, and I had written it down also, that the 55 and older units will be 55 and older? Do you put a deed restriction? Do you put a covenant? Do you put something on the deed? What's the?
In that case,
For
since that-
forever, for,
They were confused.
since that's not something that's going to necessarily be a covenant, that would be a note added to the plan and any other documents necessary to.
they remain 55 and older? Okay.
And it would certainly be incorporated in the homeowner's documents for the property as well, all of which I might add would be subject to review and approval by the township.
Okay, so Mr. Kisselback, you added that to your motion?
Yes.
Okay. All right, we have the motion. Do we have a second for the motion? Second motion. Okay, they've asked that we do a call vote. I'll try to be,
Yes, I have to ask for any discussion on the motion.
oh, yeah, is there any other questions? Any other questions on the motion? We had a lot of questions, I'm sorry. Okay, so we had a lot of questions. Okay, so, Mr. Kisselback, do you have a vote for the motion?
I'm going to vote yes.
Yes, okay. Mr. Takmazian?
I'm going to vote no.
Okay, I'm going to vote yes.
I'm voting aye.
I'll vote no.
Okay, so we have 3-2 yes, it's approved. Okay, congratulations and good luck. Congratulations, sisters.
Thank you very much.
All right, where's my thing, Chris?
Oh, no, not good.
I just saved the content. I just put myself back.
I guess. You might. Whether Catherine's gonna.
Listen, I was wondering if you could get into the, go to the lobby if you want to speak, because we have somebody who wants to speak about some other matter to close up our meeting. I appreciate your community spirit, and happy Thanksgiving. Okay, we have public comment on the other, any other items. Is there?
Jake Kaplan, Camden Properties. I want to discuss the grant of permanent shared use path easement extending along State Road. I received an agreement from Phil Worsta, who introduced himself as the township traffic engineer. It's for a portion of property that I manage at the intersection of State Road and Kamer Drive. This shared use path easement, I was advised by Mr. Worsta, would have little effect on my property, and if I didn't agree to grant the township this easement, that it would be taken through eminent domain, and that I would have to then maintain it. A brief review of the impact of this taking easement from my property is that it has significant impact via setbacks, via additional impervious coverage. This is in the R55 revitalization zone that I believe all of you have had significant impact on, and this will essentially make it impossible for me to develop this property to its highest and best use under that R55 zoning that you've all supported. I have a picture of the property, the letter I received, the plans that came with it. If you'll take it, I'll hand it to you. When somebody tells me they're going to take my property or ask me to sign it over for $1 and it has significant impact, I'm coming to the boss. I want to get some input. I'd like some insight. I'd like to get the pulse on this and where I stand with the township, because from what I've heard, I'm at a loss that this
Okay,
could
well,
be
why don't you
happening.
hand out what you have, and then, Mr. Pizzo, are you aware of what this is with Phil Worster, or, and we have to look into it with the administration and see what they're doing? I really don't know.
Appreciate any effort you can
Yeah, yeah. I don't know what the reason is, or what they're trying to do or not do.
Well,
It's a walking path.
this is part of the East Coast Greenway Trail, Mr. Knowles, that the township has approved the engineering and construction of, and the project, again, which has been approved by the township for a number of years now, is in the process of acquiring the necessary easements where they currently don't exist for the construction of that trail.
Okay, we'll have to look into it with the administration, but Debbie, can you give Debbie your contact information?
Absolutely, yes.
And then we'll get a full explanation to you and see what.
I very much appreciate
I don't
that.
know if it's the whole trail system, though. I don't know what they're going to do. Yeah, what they really need to do. Okay, thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, is there anybody else that want to come forward? Okay, with that, I'll close public comment. No, they're leaving. He's Mr. Rose. Okay, with that, I'll close public comment. Is there any other business? Mr. Gantz or Deb, yeah, okay? Mr. Benning? Thanks, happy Thanksgiving. Okay, Joe, do you or your legal staff there, or legal?
As you may have noticed, the mayor had to leave in the middle of the meeting. He got a call from home. I don't know anything beyond that, but he did ask me to convey to everyone his wishes to the community and to all of you for a happy Thanksgiving, and I certainly echo those sentiments as well.
Okay, Lauren, do you have everything? I'm sorry. I did forget your name for 1 second, just 1 second. Okay, I'm sorry.
Don't worry, Betty, you get my name all the time, so don't worry about that.
Just 1 second. Okay, Mr. Sloan, do you have anything to add?
Somebody was here at the beginning of the meeting, they left because of, they anticipated how long it would be. They had concerns, and there's a picture that he gave me, and I'll pass it around. So this is in Hidden Valley. Apparently, there's trucks parking along that main stretch and using it as like a parking lot throughout the week, during the weekend. I don't know, can we send somebody out to take a look at that and just figure out what's going on?
Right here.
Quentin can do it.
Yeah, I have this
Thank
in,
you.
I know, I have this in.
We have the same
request,
picture.
yeah.
You want to see it? Oh, you guys got the same picture?
Yeah.
I didn't see, I don't,
And I saw him while we were
Why don't you
walking
give it to
in.
Debbie to
Yeah,
get to the
he was out.
administration? Do you have an address, or?
Here,
No, it's
perhaps
the-
perhaps I could give that one to Quentin.
Yeah, that one.
It's just the main stretch in Hidden Valley.
Okay, yeah, and we've had trouble in there before.
Just to clarify, he was in the lobby, and he was expressing his concern about having to wait to the end of the meeting because he was
Which I
well
don't
aware
blame
that it
him,
was going to be a long
given
meeting.
4.5 hours
Yeah,
later.
okay, no problem.
I have that
Asi-
information on that, and I forwarded to,
Yeah, he
And
mentioned
he
that he
did
did speak
mention-
to you, actually, yes.
exactly.
Okay,
Yes.
is there anything else?
I just want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving.
Okay. Mr. Polari, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, my Flyers are driving me crazy, a 2-1 win tonight, but
Oh, did they? Good.
I'd just like to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving.
Okay, Mr. Takmasian, do you have anything to add?
Just a quick couple things. Yeah, I think we actually did maybe have looked at that Hidden Valley already, so we might want to just check into our records on that, Quentin, just as an FYI. Mr. Pizzo, I just wanted to thank you for getting back to us in regards to the RDA status for
Colmar.
Thank you. So certainly appreciate.
That was good news, too.
It was, yep. So that's why I thought it was important to bring it up. Thank you so much for getting back to us on that. I just wanted to, we did some community service over the weekend, and we had Valley Venom U15 boys soccer team come out and help a resident. And I'm sure that they're watching this meeting attentively as we speak. But I did want to take the time to thank them. They were a big help. And then last thing was just a happy Thanksgiving.
Okay, Mr. Kisselback, do you have anything to?
I do. I just want to make everyone aware that the Eagles are only one game out of first place. And happy
My
Thanksgiving to
Flyers
everyone.
every day.
Okay, with that, yeah, well, first of all, let me get the next meeting proper. The next meeting would be our budget meeting, December 2nd, is it? Is that correct?
Yep.
Okay. The next meeting is December 2nd. I would like to personally wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving and enjoy your family during our Thanksgiving. And I appreciate your patience with us this evening. Okay, thank you. And make a motion we
I'll
adjourn.
second.